development at Coul links. Now, we heard on Friday the evidence from Mr Taylor, and he was cross-examined by both Mr Mackay and Mr Collar. And I will give the opportunity shortly for Mr Campbell to cross-examine Mr Taylor, but there are just a few procedural and or housekeeping issues that I want to highlight first. So first of all, we heard important evidence from four witnesses now, but our progress by this stage is somewhat less than we'd hoped it would be. And it is essential that we can make quicker progress so that we can hear from all the witnesses who are to give evidence during the 4 weeks of the inquiry and hearing sessions. So I would therefore make a plea for questions and cross-examination to focus on the key issues that are likely to be important to ministers when they're considering whether to grant consent. And I would also remind all the witnesses to please confine their answers to the precise terms of the questions you're asked. Yes, no, and I don't know are all acceptable answers. At the end of your evidence, there will be an opportunity during re-examination for you to cover any important matters which may have arisen from the questions asked of you by the other parties. And we will intervene if we think that a line of questioning is not helpful or is on ground we've already covered in sufficient detail, or if we're not satisfied with the answers being given by the witness. After Mr Taylor today, we will be hearing from Professor Pye, and we would hope to have at least got through the applicant's other 4 witnesses by the end of Thursday, and at least the first 2 witnesses of the Conservation Coalition by close of play on Friday. Now, in relation to Mr Taylor's evidence, you will recall we accepted the submission of a late document from Coul containing a response to a Freedom of Information request about Royal St George's Golf Course, I think. Now, while this may of course be relevant to the inquiry, I would remind everyone that it's the particular impacts and aspects of the golf course proposal for Coul links which we are interested in, and it seems to us that there may be little to be gained from detailed discussion about developments at an entirely different golf course where circumstances will of course be different. We'd like to make another request of the applicant if we could. Mr Haspel last week directed us to the series of drawings which show the proposed cut and fill, and CD 1.140 is the first of these, I think. And we talked about layers on other drawings previously. In these particular drawings, CD 1.140, there's a lot of green, and that colour is used both to show GWDTE, to show the proposed areas of fill, and it's also used, there are different greens to use to show the fairways, the greens, the tees, and so on. So we wondered whether it would be possible to provide us with a further set of these particular drawings with all the other colours taken out, including the greens and the tees, so that the only colour we would have would be for the cut and fill. Would that be something we could do? Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. So finally then, before I pass over to Mr Campbell, just a reminder about microphone use. And I'll apologise in advance if we have any further problems today, but if we remember to press briefly to turn on, briefly turn off, and please speak clearly into the microphone, although it needn't be too close to you. And I think the less we need to move them around, then so much the better. Are there any other procedural matters we need to address before I pass over to Mr Campbell? Okay, thank you. And
there may be one. Like you, I think everybody's responsible. Everybody's concerned about progress to some extent. I know that Mr Taylor's in the middle of his cross-examination, but his presence here is clearly central to the applicant's case. Professor Pye has limited availability, as we were told, and has kindly, I don't see him here, but he's kindly come today morning. I'm worried about finishing Professor Pye today, and I wonder therefore if you would consider, if only to reject it, but nevertheless consider whether we shouldn't pause with Mr Taylor and take Professor Pye first, so that we can be sure that he will be concluded by the end of the day. I make that suggestion in what I hope is a spirit of helpfulness, and I don't feel strongly one way or the other about it.
Sir, I perhaps feel strongly. more strongly than Melina Friend does. I don't think it's fair to Mr. Taylor to be split so significantly in the middle of his evidence. And Professor Pye can be here tomorrow morning as well.
Okay. In which event we just proceed as planned, I think, then.
Sir, I do have a procedure just to give notice. I don't intend to make the motion now, but some further documents were intimated last night, one of which is directly relevant to Professor Pye's evidence. I hope Melina Friend saw it. It was intimated yesterday afternoon. Is essentially a rebuttal by Professor Pye in relation to Dr. Hansom's precognition. You will recall that when that was first lodged, objection was taken by those instructing me because of the inclusion of graphs and figures, and your instruction was that they should be lodged as a document and could be dealt with by Professor Pye in evidence. It was thought that it would assist you and speed up matters and indeed give some advance notice to Melina Friend and his witness if Professor Pye put down in paper what he would have said to me in his evidence in chief. So I will be moving to lodge that in due course. I'll just give notice of it at the moment if we're proceeding with Mr. Taylor.
So it is indeed the case that Dr. Hansom was asked to remove the graphs and figures from his precognition, and that was done quite readily and timelessly. I received this rebuttal document at 5:04 yesterday evening, and a second late document for the applicants at about 10 o'clock yesterday evening. I'm plainly not happy about either of them. So when the motion is made to introduce them, I will be objecting to that motion.
And okay, I mean we'll come back to this after Mr. Taylor's evidence, but for clarification, those tables where they were in the precognition, you then provided them as separate documents. I mean, at that point, yeah.
Beg your pardon. NC 158.
Okay, well, we'll pick that matter up after Mr. Taylor's evidence, if we may. I'll pass over then to you, Mr. Campbell, if there are no other matters to raise. And Mr. Taylor, I think we'll try again just to keep that microphone on at all times, and we'll see how we go on. Thank you.
Good morning to you, Mr. Taylor.
Good morning.
I'd like to approach these questions, if I may, in three sections. I want to talk to you about fertiliser issues and about translocation of juniper and about translocation of heath. And then I've got one or two follow-up questions. If I take a little time, I'm sorry, and apologise to my own friends and the reporters as well, but it's quite difficult to do this quickly. I think we can see, can't we, from the conflicting inquiry reports that there are quite significant differences between you and Dr. Dargy in terms of the indirect impacts of fertilisers. That's
Yes.
to say fertilisers which are applied directly and then percolate in different directions.
Absolutely.
What's the baseline here? What's the baseline on Coul in terms of fertiliser presence or nitrogen presence?
There is a baseline that has been set naturally through the groundwater and what is falling onto the ground on an annual basis. That sets the baseline figure. But to a degree, that is less important when we consider the actual application of fertiliser. And I say that because I know from research background, from all of the international independent research that has been carried out, that the levels of fertiliser that would be used would not add to the loading on the ground. it would not have any impact whatsoever.
Well, that wasn't what I asked you, but thank you for the reply anyway. Do we have here, if you like, a pristine habitat affected only by certain external sources, such as aerial deposition by birds, and to some extent in the western half of the site?
So aerial deposition by birds?
Yeah.
No. We've got, we certainly don't have a pristine environment. It's certainly a good habitat. It's a good habitat type, a good area. But it has been subject to nitrogen deposition from the atmosphere.
From the atmosphere.
It is subjected to bird dunging, feces, through some of the wet areas. But it's also a site that has never been managed. And I know this is, you maybe think, well, now he's going off on another tangent, but that has real relevance because, simply because of the lack of management, we're allowing the grasslands to thicken and change. We are allowing other species to come in and alter the nature of what we are calling, or you are calling, a pristine environment. The site is changing immeasurably, and it will continue to do so.
If I'm talking to you about nutrient levels in the ground rather than habitat or what grows there, we have aerial deposition from the atmosphere. Are we in agreement that that's of the order of 5 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year?
Yes.
Do we have in front of us any soil analysis for the soils at Coul as part of your environmental impact assessment?
No.
Is there any other evidence we can use to estimate the effects of aerial deposition and nutrients carried into the site by water or groundwater?
Sorry, please say it again.
Is there any other evidence that we can use to estimate the effects of aerial deposition of nitrogen and nutrients carried into the site by surface water or groundwater?
This is absolutely one of the failings of Dr. Darge's evidence, in that he's trying to put an opposite case together.
No, listen to my question. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Taylor, but we will make better progress.
Okay.
If you just trust me on this,
Okay.
if you don't mind, for the moment.
So, no, we don't have anything, but we do have an idea of the soil-sand horizons, the depths of sands, the position of the water table, and we understand the likely fate of any fertilizer or nitrogen that might be applied.
I'm not going to fall out with you because that wouldn't be appropriate, but I really am concentrating on nitrate levels in the soil at Coul at the moment. Now, is there any other evidence we have in front of us to estimate the effects of aerial deposition and water carried into the site, so that we can, in the end, have confidence in the baseline, in the starting point, before we apply anything for the benefit of the Gulf?
We have evidence of 4 boreholes out off-site, which shows the old new water, which Mr. Bowie will talk about, and which Mr. Darge, Dr. Darge, has used. Okay. And that gives us an indication of the agricultural influences running through the site. And that is moving towards the sea. That's been established. But to answer your question, absolutely, we have not done any deep surface.
We've got 4 boreholes. We've got 4 boreholes in the southwest of the off-site area.
Yep.
Now, my client's name is Tom Dargy with a hard G.
Okay.
I know you don't do that on purpose, but it's
Okay.
quite irritating if you own the name. So could you concentrate on getting his name?
I shall do that.
Thank
Apologies, Dr. Darby.
The question must come to be this, mustn't it? How close is Coul to its critical nitrate load for its main habitats?
Do you know which critical loads you're talking about?
Well, I'm asking you generally first. I can particularize.
It does vary.
Yes, I know.
So, which are we talking about? Are we talking about June?
Do we collectively know how close the soils are for the critical habitats, like June heath?
We have a good indication, yes.
How do we get that indication?
So we've got to look firstly at the UK tag threshold values, which are set for coastal grasslands at between 8 and 15 kilograms N per year. And for the dune heaths, that is slightly more. That's 10 to 20 kilograms nitrogen per hectare per year. And so we have the threshold levels from which vegetation will start to change. We understand 5 kilograms are falling onto the ground, and I think I have read, but it's difficult for me to recall, but I think we have a background level of something like, well, I'm not prepared to say because I think that's Dr. Bowie's area, but I think it's between 3 and 7. So, but let Dr. Bowie answer that one.
So the UK statistics will tell us, or give us a generic value for parts of the UK, presumably. They
Yes.
don't tell us anything about Coul, does it, except generically? My question was, do we know what the background levels are? My precise question was, how close is Coul to its critical load for these main habitats? And I think the answer might be, just to save time, I think the answer might be that we don't know with any degree of precision.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes, please.
Okay. I think that we are towards the lower threshold levels, depending again on which we choose. If we're choosing 8 to 15, then we are closer. If we're choosing 10 to 20, then we are slightly further away. But I accept your point. There is background levels of nitrate through agriculture, through natural processes, and yes, they are a problem. Now, no, sorry, I'll let you carry on.
Well, just stick to the question.
Yeah.
What happens to habitat when critical levels are exceeded? For good or bad reasons. Never mind the reasons. Never mind the causation.
Okay.
What happens to the habitat?
The vegetation, if it reaches, if we have an influence that nitrogen thresholds are reached and exceeded, then you will see vegetation change.
Yes. And that'll either be dieback or some other vegetation
It
taking
won't
over.
be dieback, it will be more succession, it will be more competitive exclusion. The more subordinate and sensitive species will struggle to compete with the more aggressive, competitively able species.
So would you accept from me then that it's essential that we know what the load is on the site at present before we start to do work on the golf course? Because if we don't know that, we run the risk of injuring the protected habitat.
No.
Can you say
Allow
why
me
not?
to validate. I work every day of my life on golf courses, and I see how they perform, how they act, how they work. I could give you countless examples, which would just take all the...
I'm not challenging good faith, Mr. Taylor, or your experience. Please, just focus on the question again.
Yeah, the question is, well, basically... So I've lost my train of thought. If you just repeat the question.
Okay. We have, I think, agreed that there must be a base level of nitrate in the soil. We've also agreed that we don't know precisely what it is, and that it differs for different habitats. Critical levels differ for different habitats. If then by the application of additional fertilizer material you affect those levels, there will be vegetation change, and we agree on that as well, I think.
And I could...
Now the question question then comes to be, don't you agree with me that it is essential that we know what the baselines are before we start building a golf course and applying fertilizers in order to make the golf course what it can be?
If we continue with the misconception that fertilizers will leach and will change and will alter the environment, then certainly I absolutely agree with you. But what I'm telling you quite straight is that there will be no leaching. Just because something has the potential to leach doesn't mean it will. There are so many other variables that have not been taken into account, and
okay, I'm coming to leaching, if you don't mind.
Okay.
But I understand your answer, which I think we're broadly in agreement, aren't we? That if there is leaching, then if fertilizer is applied, we're likely to see vegetation change. If there is leaching.
Absolutely, yeah. If we had leaching.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you, please, if you've got Dr. Dargy's inquiry report in front of you.
Dr. Dargy's inquiry report?
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
I wonder if you could find... yes, we can.
Annex to number 9.
It's...
so taking charge.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong list. Just bear with me, sir, please. I'm a newcomer to iPads, sir, and I'm not very good at it yet, but if you would just bear with me a half second.
It might be NC-138, A, B, C, and D.
That sounds right, thank you. Have you got that, Mr. Taylor?
I'm hoping that it starts ecology, hydrology and eco-hydrology.
Yes.
That's the one. That then I have, yeah.
NC-138.
Can I ask, have you moved on from nitrogens, or are we still in that topic? Because I had a couple of questions I was going to ask for clarification, but I won't interrupt the flow of your...
I haven't completely finished the first one, so please be my guest, sir.
Just a couple of simple questions. So, when Mr. Taylor and Mr. Campbell was asking you about nitrate levels, or leaching of nitrogen rather from fertilisers, and you said you won't be any. So, but we had figures earlier on. So, I would take it. Your evidence would be that if you were to give a figure, it would be 0, or it would be a negligible figure. Is that?
No, there are background levels on site.
But in terms of from arising from fertiliser.
The figure would be, yes, it would be negligible. It would be almost 0. On Friday, I held my hand up and I showed how much 35 grams would be. We would be looking at very tiny amounts that could potentially leach, and I think that's where Mr. Campbell might now be going. But it will be absolutely negligible. It will be applied simply to meet plant demands, and Mr. Aspel is extremely professional in that capacity.
Okay, thank you. And just one other before I pass back to Mr. Campbell. He was asking you about background levels and where we were in relation to the 8 to 15 range and then the 10 to 20 range. And I think you said we were approaching them. So is there a figure that you could offer, notwithstanding what you said about what you think that there would be negligible nitrogen leaching from fertilisers? Is there a figure that you would offer that if it was that figure, we would start to see vegetation change? So I guess I would say, how close are we to that 8 to 15 or the 10 to 20 range before further nitrogen into the system would start to deliver or result in?
I could provide you with a figure, not right now, but by looking at the problem. It's very difficult because, and again, I'm not trying to be obstructive, it's just that the figures have been worked out based on various assumptions and opinions, but in reality what happens is the nitrogen is applied onto a surface, then it is taken up by the grass plants immediately. That's number one. But you could come back to me on that saying, well, what about the first year of growing when the grass is quite small? So then it is more critical that we know what we're doing and that we are careful. As soon as the grass starts to establish, an organic matter layer builds up, and that starts to capture anything that's applied, and the organic matter is extremely good at capturing that. But then you've also got the depth of sand, which is not just a pure sand. Its permeability is affected by the soil that's in the sand. So if you put a very tiny amount on, firstly, has it been taken up by the grass? has it been locked up in the organic matter? Now it's got to travel through a sand profile to get to the watercourse. The watercourse, the water table has been established by Dr. Dargy, and it shows a variation in the water table. So it's got to get to that. But then when it gets to that, it's diluted. And as I said on Friday, if a small amount goes into a cup of water, then that is quite serious. But if it goes into a water table over 153 hectares of ground, as Dr. Dargy suggested it might do, then that would be quite a dilution, and it will have no effect whatsoever on vegetation change, because we wouldn't alter the threshold values in any way. And that's why it's difficult just to provide a simple answer.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Campbell. Apologies for interrupting.
Oh, I'd like to... Sorry, start again. On Friday, you didn't read your precognition as it's published. You, to some extent, extemporized, encouraged by my own friend, Ms. Wilson, and that's fine. I'd like to pick up one or two of the points that you made on Friday in looking at Dr. Dargy's evidence, please. You were, I think, critical with his evidence that 200 kilograms of nitrogen per year would be applied, and you made fun of the idea that that might be applied in a single application.
So did I make fun of that?
By hectare. 200 kilograms per hectare. Actually, if you look at page 52 of the inquiry report, please, can you see that Dr. Dargy's evidence is as follows? The second bullet point on page 52.
It starts with on fifth. Oh, sorry, no. Okay.
I assume.
Yep.
This is the second bullet point on page 52, numbering at the top.
Yep.
I assume that nitrogen fertilizers will be applied to fairways during construction at a rate of 200 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year. The upper rate used for fairways at many links, and that's by reference to a document published by your company. Some dune soils at Coul are very acidic, but I ignore any possible use of lime. In doing that, I'm probably ignoring enhanced leaching of nitrogen. Now, can you accept, first of all, that he was talking about 200 kilograms per year, not 200 kilograms in a single application, and that you misquoted him?
No, because 200 kilograms at a 10% or a 25% leaching gave a value, and that value was based on 200 kilograms at 10 or 25% leach rate, and that's not true.
Well, what you said was that the application rate of 200 kilograms per hectare in a single dose was ridiculous, and I think you'd find that Dr. Dargy would probably agree with that. What actually he says in his evidence is 200 per hectare per year. And can you accept that that is what appears here?
Well,
whether or not you agree with it?
If I am wrong, then certainly I accept that. But to me it reads that 200 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year is used. That's fine, that is per year. But then when the working out is done, it does appear that you are taking the 200 kilograms and saying from 200 kilograms this figure will be the total leachate, which will not occur because...
No, with great respect, that isn't what he's saying. He's simply talking about an annual dose.
Well, I've read all of the documentation, and I've read it and read it and read it, and I come back to the same conclusion that the figures of 10 and 25% leachate are completely erroneous.
I understand that you disagree with us in respect of leachate. I get that. I just want to be sure that you understand that you were scornful of Dr. Dargy talking about 200 kilograms per hectare in a single dose, when in fact he was talking about a dose spread over the year, and that he got that information from an STRI document published in 2010.
200 kilograms is a level that would be applied during the growing or the build period. There's no doubt in that. And the upper level at NA, I think, was a little bit higher than that. I think it went up, did it go to 250 to 300? But that's irrelevant. But 200 certainly is the amount, that's the upper level. But as Mr. Haspel said, during the first part, during the first 20, 30 days, the first month or so, we would not put anything on because of the levels of nitrogen in the surface. That then starts to reduce the amount that we probably would put on through the year.
I understand that, Mr. Taylor, but I am not asking you about this. I'm not asking you about application techniques or anything at the moment.
I think I've mentioned that the figures that are elsewhere in this documentation show the leaching rate taken as a whole for the year, which is completely untrue. If it was split into, say, three applications of 60 kilograms, and then you had a leachate figure, and that leachate figure was more based on science rather than conjecture, I don't know where the 10 and 25% has come from, then I would be much more happy here to accept what you're saying.
We can agree, can we, that the 200 kilogram figure comes from an STRI document?
Yeah, that's normal, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. If we go back to page 52 of the inquiry report,
Yeah.
hope nobody was injured falling off a chair. I didn't know I was that
Fell
bored.
asleep.
Probably boring them to death to sleep. If we take the third bullet point, the one below the one I was looking at,
Yep.
it reads nitrogen entering groundwater below fair, which is then 220 kilograms, 11 times 20, for the 10% leaching loss scenario. I use the fairway area for all of the course because the conceptual model of the Coul aquifer surface shows that all leached nitrogen will enter the SSSI via groundwater on multiple fronts. Now, accepting that that's a product of a modelling exercise, is Dr. Dargy correct?
Where does 11 come from?
Sorry?
Could I ask where 11 comes from in the figure?
Is it 11 months?
Is 11 applied over 11 months?
Oh, sorry. 11
Okay.
hectares, I think.
So that's the 11, right. Okay. So my first concern with that paragraph is I didn't understand 11. I was thinking...
You do now.
I do now. So, sorry, what was the question again, Mr. Campbell?
I think the question was, is he correct?
Well, again, I've come back to
There are two propositions in that paragraph. The first is that all leached nitrogen will enter the SSSI via groundwater on multiple fronts. And the second proposition is that this nitrogen will disperse via groundwater flow through 153.5 hectares.
Right. So, again, we're back to the 10 and 25% leaching scenario. Where is that based on anything? Where does that come from? Sorry, I'm starting to cross Mr. Dargy here, but I just don't understand where that's come from.
All right. Well, we'll just leave it that you don't understand it.
Well, no, I understand it, but it's erroneous. As I said in my opening comments, it would have been so easy for Dr. Dargy to look at the vast amount of independent research that's been undertaken.
Mr. Taylor, we appreciate that that's your view, but if Mr. Campbell might go on to that aspect of Mr. Dargy's evidence, but if you can try and answer the question, and if you disagree or don't know, then that's also fine.
Well, yeah, sorry, sir.
But perhaps we can look at it more generally, can we? Nitrogen leaching can range from 100% to presumably less than 1%, depending on the medium through which it's going to leach.
Absolutely.
That's right?
Yep.
So free-flowing sand will be a porous medium or a semi-porous medium. Silt and clay will be the very opposite.
Yep.
And so some measurement, some assessment based on the medium, the soil medium, it will be essential in order to reach a view about what leaching is going to take place or likely to take place.
Absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
so 0.2 to 0.5% could leach, potentially. And that's the difference in the order of magnitude is so vast. Whether we talk about 10 to 25, as Dr. Dargy says, or whether we talk about what the research shows. And we have to be led by the research, and we've done a lot at STRI through lysimeter studies. And it's very difficult to exceed European guidelines for drinking water, and it's difficult to increase it above the 0.5 maximum percent.
In the exercise that Dr. Dargy's done here, he's assumed 10% in one calculation and 25 in another, hasn't
Yes,
he?
yeah.
And I understand you don't agree with that, but that's what he's done.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
And
true.
you understand his maths.
Yes, I do.
Right. You would say, I dare say, that those figures were somewhat exaggerated. That's what you said last week.
Widely exaggerated.
Widely exaggerated. That's fine. As long as I know your position,
Yeah.
then we can move on. What is the nature generally of the soil at Coul?
From the excavations I've done, there's a soil depth, often to 200 to 300 millimetres, and I'll qualify that. That's a sand soil, and then that gives way to a pure sand.
It's a pure sand root zone, isn't it?
Not root zone. There's a difference between in wording in pedantics. The root zone is the upper section near where the turf is. That is sand soil, and that's a brown colour. It's a loam rich through changes that have occurred over time. So but below that, yes, it's sand. But that's not the root zone.
Yeah. The root zone is what's important, though, because it's the roots that take up any leached nitrate.
Absolutely.
Okay. If we have humus, it's not lunchtime. Not lunchtime yet, sorry. If we have, get it right, if we have humus accumulating on the surface, that doesn't hold nitrate, does it?
Yes, it does. Because that's organic material, I think.
Sorry, would you mind saying that again? I didn't catch it.
No, I think the humus over the surface is a more concentrated layer, and that will. If it's friable fibres, dead wood, and that kind of thing, then that certainly wouldn't. But the humus layer, certainly when we're talking about the heathland, is what we tend to call the upper darker horizon, which contains the heather seed. It is quite a dark coloration. It's different to the organic material, and I'm elaborating now because I know Dr. Dag is just shaking his head, and so it's causing me to prompt. But so the organic material, that's the upper surface, that's different. Then we've got a humus layer, which will be the stronger, darker layer, giving way to the root zone, which is a sand soil, and then straight sand.
So what holds leached nitrogen, assuming leaching takes place?
Assuming leaching, if leaching took place, we would be reliant upon all of the root zone in there. So the humus layer up at the top would the organic material in the top is very effective at holding nitrogen. The humus layer below would hold nitrogen. The root zone itself would hold nitrogen. And then, as you said, the sand could be porous or semi-porous. So the degree of porosity of the sand would also help to hold some of the nitrogen. Although nitrogen is free-flowing, and I totally agree with.
So that if leaching takes place, and it is in an area where there are low nutrient plants, then whichever of those three levels we look at, the plant system, the plant's body and roots are likely to hold on to leached nitrogen. That's right.
There are, yes, it's
Is that
certainly.
right? Please just say yes or no.
Yeah, that's
right.
I'll agree with that.
Thank you. Now, a few minutes ago, you made something of STRI's experience in this area, and I don't seek to quarrel with that at all, but I've not been able to find any published work of long-term monitoring, any work published by STRI, long-term monitoring and management of groundwater hydrochemistry.
No, we've
Is there
certainly
any
done
published work?
No, we've done the lysimeter studies to look at the effects of direct application
Take
under
your time,
various
Mr. Taylor.
conditions.
This is important. Take your time.
But
please.
we haven't done long-term studies to look at the effects over 10, 20 years. No.
You've done lysimetry studies in various locations.
Yes.
Are they published, or are they
Yes.
confined?
The main one, which is probably the most documented, or most read and trusted, I suppose, is, for want of a better word, is the Lawson-Coul research paper, summarised in my ES and I think submitted as one of the research papers. So that's D. Lawson.
I haven't seen that in the inquiry papers. Is it published to this
Oh,
inquiry?
it's certainly published. That's in a journal.
Is
in
it
the journal
in front of us?
I would hope so. It's certainly in my ES, and I've referred to it considerably.
Just to help us not waste time,
Yeah.
what is it called?
It's called, I always call it Lawson and Coul.
Lawson and Coul.
Lawson and Coul. Just 1 second, please.
There is a document by Lawson, Fertilisers for Turf.
Oh no, that's the book. That's Dr. Lawson's book. At the very least, it is summarised within the ES, within the Fate of Fertiliser Pesticides document that I also included as a submission.
If you can't conveniently find it, Mr. Taylor, we can come back to this question.
I think, yeah, basically what I did, because of all of this research, which all is independent, taken from different sources, I tried to pull it all together in that document, The Fate of Fertilisers and Pesticides, which I included with the ES and included, I think, with my statement. I'm just...
That was a
someone will be able to pull it.
That was a document we looked at on Friday, which had the reference.
It was that
had the altered reference to Kenner and Clark's.
To Kenner and yeah, so it's got all of those in. And Lawson is one of the first ones that's in there.
All right, thank you. If that's where we look, then that's where we can look, and we can come back to that. Let's move on a step. Think about mitigation against leaching. I think I'm right in understanding from the material that we have in front of us that every green and every T will be designed so that it has an impermeable membrane below it. Is that correct? In this connection, sir, you might want to look at CD 1.101.
CD 1.101.
1.101.
Have you seen in the ES a membrane as part of the routes, part of the golf green construction?
I didn't understand your question, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm asking, did you see a membrane are you thinking like a geotextile membrane within
I've seen reference to a basal impermeable membrane to be situated below every T and green. In effect, a plastic sheet below every T and green.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I am not sure. I wouldn't use that, but I think I would relay back to our golf course engineers and to Mr. Aspel on that one, because in a sand situation like that, I'm not sure I would want to use a membrane, but if it's in there, then I think we have to run with that, certainly.
Right. Could we turn up then, we may hear from Mr. Bowie on this matter, but could we turn up CD 1.101 if you can find it?
So I'm okay, I've got mine in. Okay.
And I'd like you to go to page 41, please.
Okay.
Apologies, 43. No, is that just bear with me, Mr. Taylor, please.
Okay, so I'm on 43.
Electronic page 43.
Yep.
It's a table.
Oh, sorry, mine isn't. Mine's monitoring. Is it 42 groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems risk assessment? There's a table there, 5.1.
The table number is, the table starts on page 40. It's table 4.2.
Table 4.2.
So are we talking here electronic numbers or not? Because I can see a reference on page 39. That's the document number, not the electronic number, to at the top of the table on the right-hand side, the reference to very much as you described, permeable geomembrane. Is that where you're looking?
Yes, you're quite right. So it's electronic page 43, internal numbering 39. My fault, I'm sorry. And you'll see a block of text in the very right-hand column under the heading mitigation. And you need very good spectacles to see this.
Is it? There's some bits highlighted in yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Perhaps you could just read those two last paragraphs for the inquiry, could you?
My last two paragraphs would be
beginning with the words local to the whole. Green
oh no, I'm on some. I don't know. Sorry, I'm still lost. Then, page 41. Sorry, sir, you found it on page
39.
I find it on page 39 of the document. Ignore the electronic numbers for the moment. Top right-hand column.
Might be better if you read it out, Mr. Campbell, but
Okay,
I'll give it a try.
I'm quite happy to read it.
I'll give it a go. Local to the whole, greens and tees. The associated construction should include a basal impermeable membrane to capture and redirect treated fertilizer and pesticide. Okay. And then irrigation water. So I've lost where I am now.
I think you may have not quite read that properly.
Sorry, go on. I'll let you read it.
All right. Local to the whole greens and tees, the associated construction should include a basal impermeable membrane to capture and redirect treated fertilizer and pesticide irrigation water to an appropriately designed, should be probably designed, bio retention pool or chamber where appropriate levels of treatment can occur to discharge. And then the second bullet is general maintenance and maintenance to fairways, greens and tees will be carried out using suitably maintained and serviced plant and machinery equipment and without potential to cause uncontrolled or accidental pollution of adjacent service areas.
Okay.
So just looking at the first of those, I'm just a humble layman here. I don't know about golf courses. It looks to me as if the construction plan here is to mount a impermeable membrane below every green and tee, but not fairways. And can I ask you, is that for the purpose of catching leachate?
No, we always provide them to separate the different horizons of the green or tee construction. It's not to capture leachate. No, you're not creating an impermeable membrane to catch things. It's to maintain separation between the profiles. You're not trying to catch anything.
But it does say that, Mr. Taylor. It does say to capture and redirect treated irrigation water to an appropriately designed bioretention pond or chamber.
Right.
Now, I'm just trying to find out what this means.
I think I'm going to have to concede on this one because I didn't write this. I've not seen that. I would like to talk to Mr. Haspel about the design, and I'd also like to talk to STRI because clearly we engaged someone to draw up this document. I've not read that small print there, and I wasn't aware of in my opinion, there's no need to even use a geotextile membrane. But so that would be my.
It's part of the applicant's schedule of mitigation, which is placed in front of SEPA, SNH, and now the inquiry,
Yeah.
and presumably with the intention that it be conditioned in some way. So you're putting you as the applicant's senior man, if you like, are putting a caveat around that, are you?
I'm saying that I would need to consult on the reason for a geotextile membrane. But we don't put geotextile membranes within root zones to capture fertiliser. That is erroneous in that sentence, in my opinion, but like I say, I would need to consult.
Do you know if that's ever been done? Do you know if it's new practice, best practice, old practice, what?
We often use geotextile membranes throughout engineering, whether it be coastal or golf green or golf course constructions, and they are widely used, but they're not used to capture nitrogen so that it can then be pulled towards a sustainable drainage or a pond or something like that.
With respect, it doesn't say geotextile, does it? It says impermeable membrane.
Okay, and we'd never. Well, it may have been drawn up by our engineers. I've not read it. I've not seen it, and because they felt that just to make sure, doubly sure, we would actually redirect it through and into a sustainable drainage system so that it doesn't enter GWDTE. Yeah. So with
it would be quite a simple concept, wouldn't it, to rig a sheet under a green, a mounted green, capture any leachate, carry it off, and thereby you could apply as much as you like, really, because you were making it safe. That would be simple to understand, wouldn't it?
Hypothetically, you could do that, certainly.
Now, some of the greens and tees on the course are quite large. So I do believe this is an important area of evidence. For example, the 8th green, 0.06 of a hectare,
yeah.
About 7,000 square feet. It's quite big.
Yeah, 7 feet. Yeah, okay. Feet, again. We tend to
sorry,
work
I'm
in metres and...
I
you get
don't mind hectares.
into trouble when you go to the butchers and say that.
It always looks less when it's metric.
It does. 600 metres is a good average for a green.
Yeah, okay. So that's quite a large impermeable
600
membrane.
metres squared, yeah.
And, of course, we need to know what rainfall patterns are on Coul to reach a view finally about this, wouldn't we? You made a point about dilution earlier on. Which, and we need to see some sort of collection pond or retention area for this leachate, this fertilizer-tainted water in the design, wouldn't we?
Yes, and there is a pond within the design which I've not been party to. Yeah. So I've seen that on some of the drawings.
It's something that needs to evolve through the design.
Potentially, yes. Yeah.
Do you know if it's been used anywhere else, that technique?
I think we're here talking general SUDS, general sustainable urban design or sustainable drainage. It is used, and it's increasing now in its use. It's becoming well accepted as the main way that we can actually reduce inputs. And I said that on Friday about the levels of agricultural influence coming from the west to the east side. We could use reed beds. We could use sustainable drainage systems to ensure that we actually stop what is potentially coming through at this point.
But it's quite simple to interrupt any groundwater flows from the west, isn't it, by simply digging a ditch?
Putting a railway line across.
Excuse me?
Or a railway line.
Well, indeed. Dr. Beeching visited Sutherland a long time ago and dug up his railway. I think the last question on this, perhaps second last question on this, is about lime. Is there a need and intention to use lime? I can't find any pH levels in the EIA, so hence the question.
Lime is absolutely the last thing that we would do. It became in vogue to do it back in the 60s, and golf courses starting to lime, and that was starting to have an adverse effect. And there was one chap in particular, an advisor at STRI, who really made a stand and stopped golf clubs. We don't use lime. That would be the last resort. Well, it's not even a last resort. Sorry, it would not be used.
Okay. So we can confidently note that
absolutely
you won't
take that out of the equation.
That's fine. Thank you. just for clarity, there's a document from STRI in 2010 about the many golf course, the environmental plan it's called. You were a co-author of that, were you?
Yes. I actually did the submission similar to this one.
I'm sorry, can you...
I did the submission. I put the documents together for the submission. Unfortunately. No.
Could we talk now about juniper and translocation of juniper? Whereabouts on the links have you seen juniper?
There's a number of courses through Scotland.
No, on these links, on Coul links.
On Coul link. Oh, sorry. It's fairly scattered. I think there's a predominance on, I don't know exactly the part of the site, but it would be kind of where hole 16 would go. I think there's a few other bits on 3 and on 10. So it's fairly widely scattered, but with some clusters in 1 or 2 areas.
I could spend a long time poring over maps with you and looking at the location of juniper, because there are different views about it. But just to give us a ballpark figure, do you have a ballpark figure for the number of juniper bushes which are present on the site?
I think we'd be looking for, I can't remember the figures, but I did actually look at the kind of ballpark figures in my head now without trying to go into any notes or references. I think I'd be looking at 30 to 70. It would be
30 to 70.
Probably 40 to 70, yeah.
Right.
Something like that.
Okay, I'd like to get, as they say elsewhere, a final answer from you. 40 to 70.
Again, without going back, I'm not sure I've got any notes here. I would be thinking that is reasonable.
Sure.
It's a reasonable number. Most of them are concentrated, I think, around on hole 16, where SWT did some original work there. But then there is spread, and that, you know, so we're looking at scattered, isolated individuals after that.
6 sound outrageous to you?
It's not an outrageous number at all. And if there are 226 juniper on site, then that too is yeah, I'm happy to concede.
Then 40 to 70 would be wrong, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would if there's 226. But I never went out to count every individual tree, and the nature of the terrain makes it exceedingly difficult. And most of the golf course would be well outside. So I suppose what I'm looking at is the 40 to 70 within the golf course footprint, the direct footprint.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with not knowing, but I think what you're telling me really is you don't know accurately the number of bushes.
The total number over the entire SSI or the entire site, then absolutely not. But within the direct footprint of the golf course, I think it's more appropriate to use my figure than the 220 plus.
Now, let's talk about translocation, can we, or translocation procedures. You deal with this at 4.7 of your inquiry report, which you might want to turn up.
Okay.
And is that APP 1002?
Thank you very much, Tiz, yes.
In 4.7.
Paragraph 4.7
Okay.
is on numbered page 30.
Yeah.
I think I've understood correctly that the first stage here is for the ecological clerk of works to identify the plant that you're going to translocate.
Correct.
And that your instinct is against translocation unless absolutely necessary. Is that correct?
My instinct to, did you say guess?
Not be translocated unless deemed absolutely necessary,
Right.
and if not practical, to conserve it in its existing position. So it's something that happens only of necessity.
Yes.
And that means it only happens when there is golf fairway or golf tee or golf hole to be built where there is juniper at present.
Absolutely. If there's a direct threat and the plants are at risk, then that we would need to try to save them. And that assumes that we cannot microsite around them. And that's the role of the ecological clerk of works, to look at every aspect before translocation, because we do agree that translocation is the last resort.
Without resorting to counting bushes, Mr. Taylor, can you assess for me the proportion of juniper bushes within the Gulf footprint that you would have to move as the proportion of the whole?
The first figure that comes to my head would be the lower part of what we were talking about. So I think 30 to 40 might be the number. But again, if we can microsite around as many as we can, we need to reduce the number that would be translocated. So I will speculate at around 30 to 40 of those plants.
So may I just have a moment, please? If I could take it back to paragraph 4.7, where we were before in your inquiry report.
Okay. Yeah.
Right at the foot of the page, the last bullet point, the plan would include a map of all good juniper habitat, comment as to restoration potential, etc., etc. Now, reference to the plan there is a reference to what?
The methodology.
So not something not yet constructed for this inquiry.
No. We can't impose on the applicant all of the additional costs that will come to bear to produce this. It's just not appropriate at this time. But the applicant has pledged to translocate, is pledged to do what's required, and a methodology will be not just produced, but it will be agreed and acted upon.
I understand the aspiration, and I understand that there are documents yet to be produced. I'm really just trying to ascertain whether they exist or not.
No,
because juniper is a priority habitat, and therefore we have to pay special attention to it.
Absolutely.
When we translocate a juniper bush, likely we will be translocating other things as well, vascular plants, invertebrates, butterflies, lichens, whatnot. And so all of these things have their own level of protection.
They do, yeah.
And that's what makes it difficult.
Yep.
Just explain to me again, would you, I think you touched on this on Friday, how you see this happening for an individual bush. What's the mechanism that's employed?
Firstly, the methodology would be agreed. It would be agreed with the client. He is comfortable with that. Before we start, we would map the site for the juniper bushes. We would look at the possibility of micrositing around most of them, but those that were at risk, they would need to be translocated. So they would be flagged for translocation. The process would be to try to lift the entire, we would lift the entire root zone and more as well. You can do that in two ways. On the flatter ground, it's possible to use a tree spade. And tree spades are generally used. In parkland scenarios, we can move trees often up to 12 years with a very high guarantee of success. As the trees get older, the level of success will decline. With the juniper, it will kind of be similar. The younger to mature plants will move very easily using either a tree spade, or if the ground is quite acute, and we're looking at sand dunes, it would be using a large bucket on an excavator to depth to move those. But we would take the entire root zone. We would prepare a hole first where we know in the receiving environment, and we would be moving as short a distance as possible, because juniper, they're either male or female, and it's difficult with distance to get them to cross-pollinate if we move them too far. So we're not moving off-site, we'll be moving on-site and as close to the donor areas, keep them close to the the other junipers as we could. So that would be that. Then they would be put back into the receiving environment, ensuring that there was no air within the root zone, that the hole that had been excavated was fully filled, and they would be irrigated just to simply maintain them. But that irrigation would only be for the first, possibly up to 1 month. It wouldn't be any more than that.
What happens to the vegetation in the receiving environment?
Within the receiving environment, a golf course is going on it, so it's lost.
Thank you.
We wouldn't be taking juniper if there was no golf course going there.
I think that getting confused there. You meant what happens to the vegetation where the juniper plant is going, whereas I think
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm coming back on the question. Yes.
All right, sorry.
I don't think we're quite on the same page there. You're moving it from A to B.
Yeah.
What I want to know is what happens to the vegetation which is at B before you make the move.
This again comes down to the ecological clerk of works, someone like myself, that would come in and we would look at an appropriate receiving environment. And so we would not be going into June Heath and losing June Heath for juniper. We would not be going into the better quality coastal grasslands, and by that I mean SD7, SD8. We would be moving across into the SD90 transitional to mesotrophic, the areas that have lost the coastal dune interest, to put it, but it would still be on site.
Thank you. What do you mean, moving on, what do you mean at 410 when you talk about juniper as a pioneer species? With respect, there is no evidence that juniper is a pioneer species, is it? Is there?
By pioneer, if you think of juniper growing up a mountainside, it's going to be one of the first. We get sensitive, so we get lichens, we get mosses, we'll get a few stress-tolerant grass species, and then juniper is one of the few colonists that can tolerate that kind of condition. And it's the same here at Coul Links. Juniper can colonize very stressed environments that many other plants can't do. So it's a pioneer in the sense it is one of the early, one of the able colonists. And that's what I meant by that.
It's present, I think, in a wide range of conditions. That's
Juniper
right.
is, yeah.
Yes, but not on June Heath as a rule.
Not on June Heath, but through the coastal grasslands. It's well represented here in Scotland along the coastal grasslands.
Now, all the locations on this site, that's coming back to Coul Links, are within 1 to 2 meters of the water table. So that raises a question in my mind as to how we avoid interfering with the water table. What happens when you take out that cube?
If you take a metre square, you're almost down to the water table. I totally agree. That would be filled back in with sand, but not the soil. As was said, yes, was it Friday? I said we would scrape I hope we said it on Friday, otherwise it's just saying it now for the first time. But we would scrape the soil from the surface, put that to one side, then we would recontour and reprofile with sand. That would fill the holes back in, and then we would lay the sand over. That would be kind of rotivated, so 2 inches into 2 inches of sand gives us a 50% dilution, a bit more soil over the top, dilute that again, so we're starting to grade the root zone. So your holes will be filled in with sand, not soil, which is exactly as it is now.
Thank you. Could you move on to 423 and 4? You say there at 424, current issues at Coul Links preventing the spread of juniper include lack of management, including grazing management. This was highlighted indirectly by Dr. Dargy when alluding to the past grazing management, and so on. I don't think we have any data, do we, on changes in the juniper population. In other words, we don't have surveys over time showing how the juniper population has changed?
I haven't got them, no.
Okay. There's some reliance placed in your work on peer-reviewed evidence from other locations. I don't think we have in front of us here peer-reviewed evidence about the success of juniper translocation, do we?
Most of the work is based on practical applications, so I'm sitting here today bringing you experiential evidence rather than peer-reviewed articles or academic articles, but I do it I don't move juniper on a day-to-day basis, but I do move juniper, and I work in translocation with golf clubs throughout each year.
I'm not attacking your experience, Mr. Taylor, please don't think I am, but
no.
We don't have, in some parts of your work you rely on surveys or studies or academic work, which, we can all look at academic work and make what we want of it, but I don't think we have anything in front of us in relation to juniper translocation which comes into that category. What we have is Bob Taylor's experience. We do, but we also have the breaking ground on juniper, which is, I suppose, analogous to the Penny Anderson Heath, Heath guidelines that we tend to subscribe to. So with juniper, it will be more that document, and I think Dr. Daggy presented it. I certainly presented it. It's more like the Anderson report. Two, you say Dr. Daggy's initial comment regarding no UK experience for translocation is a little disingenuous. I'm struggling to see why you say that, because in the rest of the text in that paragraph, you talk about what we might call experiential or anecdotal evidence as to what has or would happen, and you express a view about stress tolerance and so on, but it doesn't seem to tie into the first sentence. And I just wonder if you're having a sort of gratuitous pop at Dr. Daggy before telling us how good you are at doing this.
No, Mr. Campbell. I think when I was writing my inquiry report, I was also reviewing Dr. Daggy's notes at the same time and looking at what was said. And I can't remember how that relates now to which bit, but I would have been reading about juniper, and I'm making this up now, is implausible, and that's what then I would be thinking about that. So it's just that is me looking at the documents. And
so the first sentence of 432, I'm right, am I? It doesn't really relate to the rest of 432.
I think there Dr. Daggy is saying that juniper is going to be unsuccessful, it can't be achieved, and I know that it can. So my first line is to say, sorry, this is wrong, I do have a lot of experience in this, and then I continue to talk about the risks that are involved and the need for appropriate working. So I'm just simply qualifying that it can be done, and Dr. Daggy has not maybe that experience. Dr. Daggy is, with all respect to Dr. Daggy, is very capable of MVC and all of the ecology work, but the practical side, that's the kind of bit I was questioning.
Mr. Taylor, there does not appear to be any academic peer-reviewed evidence of the success of juniper translocation in the United Kingdom, certainly not in front of the inquiry.
And I think I would be more frustrated about that than yourself. And this is why when I was being questioned by Mr. Mackay of SNH, I actually almost pleaded for this kind of monitoring to be included within this project. And the reason I say that is because golf courses, golf clubs would come and say, why do I need to do this? Why do I need to do the monitoring after? All we want to do is the translocation. And there is nothing on the golf club for them to have to do it as a condition. And this is why we often, every project I would say, can we do some monitoring? Well, why do we need to do it? Who's asking for it? Yeah. No one.
But the bottom line is reporters have got to make a decision and recommend that decision to ministers. Yeah. One of the things they're going to be considering, I hope, is the risks of juniper from the activities that you are proposing here.
Absolutely, and that's why I'm coming with experiential evidence on the, to suggest that this can be done. I know it can be done, and the reason I know it can be done in this case, and I am honestly genuine here, I'm not trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes, is that we've got the applicant that has pledged to do so, is listened, and he will understand, and it is in his interest to do it because the world is watching. It's not like anywhere else. We want results, and we can get that from the applicant. The other last point is that I have total trust in Mr. Haspel because I've gone away in the past talking about different forms of translocation, and I've seen the results on the ground, again, without any monitoring, but we've seen the results on the ground. So Mr. Haspel is competent and professional, and I do have trust in the applicant.
Okay. But what we do not have in front of us, I'll leave the point after this question, but what we do not have in front of us is evidence of the results of your experience. You say you do this day and daily. Yeah. I've no doubt Mr. Haspel is an experienced operator and skilled. He told us all about his experience. So we've got all that.
Yeah, that's
we've
true.
all got that background, if you like, that pedigree, but it's not here in the room.
No, there is no academic papers. But Dr. Dargy did submit papers on the disease of juniper and the translocation work.
Never mind Dr. Dargy. It's not here in the room, is it?
That element isn't.
No.
But there are other benefits as well to be had by translocating to thin the stand to reduce the phytophthora diseases and all the rest of the benefits that would come with it as well.
I wonder if I could just interject and ask a question arising from the last answers, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Taylor, you're obviously placing a lot of stress, quite reasonably, on your knowledge of the applicant and the applicant's intention, Mr. Haspel and his experience, and indeed your own experience in the field. What's occurring to me is, given that the planning permission, if granted, would go with the land, it wouldn't be likely to be a personal planning permission, although we'll be discussing conditions later on. Just on the basis it was not a personal permission, would you be content that another operator hiring a different suite of professionals would be able to accomplish this delicate operation successfully?
Yeah, I think I would be I would be totally happy for any consultant with a proven track record of practical experience to come along and implement that work. It certainly does not have to be me to do that. But the contractors too need to be fully aware of the processes and need to be understanding of the whole process. So we would, whilst the tender, I suppose, for the project would go out to different contractors, part of it would be to make sure that they are they would be sensitive to the features on site.
I suppose what I'm thinking is I'm getting the impression that this is quite a very specialised area, and within this room we have experts who are unusually specialised and experienced in this field. Not meaning to diminish your own importance, but you're saying there are others who could equally accomplish this delicate operation in a way that you would be content with. Or more to the point, you think that SNH might be content with?
Yes, certainly it does need agreement with SNH, and that should be part of again, the condition for the methodology. It would need to be scrutinised, looked over, and followed through. There are consultants. I'm sure that any ecologist here could work with SNH to produce that kind of methodology. And, there is sufficient background information for anyone to find out how to do it. My only addition there, if you like, would be that I have possibly a little bit more practical experience than others, but again, that's to be contested.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Can I move on? June, are you okay to go on?
Certainly.
Heath translocation is dealt with in part 3 of your inquiry report, beginning at page 10. And for this series of questions, you'll also require Dr. Dargy's objection, or sorry, not Coul's objection, document NC21, pages 24 and 25.
Okay.
So if we go to NC21 first, on page 24, can you see the numbered paragraph 143?
Sorry, on the
143.
On the not cool.
Yep.
143.
Part of the, just so you understand, it's part of the objection to the planning application submitted before the inquiry was convened.
I might have opened the wrong one. I've opened a hole by hole. Not doing very well today. Okay. Okay, so I'm there. Thank you.
Okay, the heading, or the subheading rather, is Dune Heath expansion at Coul, based on a translocation plan. And the author of the objection says, not Coul submits that this proposal is implausible. Instead, translocation will result in net loss of biodiversity. The price of translocating heath is a destruction of habitat in the proposed receptor areas. This is not acknowledged in the environmental statement and supporting documents. Instead, it is glossed over by misdescribing vegetation composition. This additional destruction will create extra habitat loss, which is not mitigated. Now, can I just be sure that you understand that the author here is talking about Dune Heath expansion being either plausible or not, or implausible. Not the translocation of Dune Heath itself. Of course, you can do that. Anybody can do that. But the expansion of Dune Heath.
Sorry, I'm just thinking, who is the author? Is this?
Well, this is not Coul's objection.
Yeah. Okay. So I thought you meant another author, but
no, sorry.
Okay.
It's a corporate document, if you like.
Right.
Do you say that the translocation of Dune Heath, where necessary, will result in an expansion of the Dune Heath component
yes,
of the
it will.
whole site?
Very much so. Absolutely.
And does that include those invertebrates, butterflies, lesser plants, if I can call them that, which would be translocated, or you say would be translocated with them? You say there's an expansion, do you, of Dune Heath area?
Over time, there will definitely be an expansion in Dune Heath and all its components, component parts.
And
not in year one, but over time, definitely.
Over time. When you say over time, do you know what you mean?
Yeah, I mean, normally between, I would suggest, 8 to 15 years, we will see retention and expansion.
Yeah. Now, successful translocation depends, doesn't it, on appropriate receptor areas for the translocated heath?
It depends firstly on the competency of the people that are doing it, the contractor, because it's very easy just to mess it up right from the start. But yes, then after I totally agree, the receiving environment is crucial.
Yeah. And you would agree, I'm sure, that it wouldn't be appropriate to translocate dune heath into wetland, into dune slack area.
Just like it wouldn't, keep to the point. Yes, that's fair. Yeah.
Now, one of the issues that we've struggled with a little bit on this side of the room are the STRI maps, which are very numerous, based on the aerial survey, and where the golf course components are superimposed. Because I think in every case, except for the maps produced by Alba Ecology, these maps are without a grid. Can you tell me why you've produced this large series of maps without a grid to enable people to precisely reference where they are?
I suppose my flippant answer to that would be no one asked for the grid. We weren't aware of the need to provide a grid. We could have quite easily put a grid on there. It would be the easiest thing for us to have done, but it wasn't to try to change the outcome of an inquiry or...
And it's quite noticeable that you should mention it. I haven't suggested that.
No.
But what I do suggest is this, that without a grid, it's very difficult to see, in some cases, where, for example, the translocation areas are. And it might be that a distance of as little as between where you're sitting and where I'm sitting would make a difference to wetland or appropriate habitat. So would you agree with me, just as a generality,
yes,
that accuracy is essential in this area?
It is, yep.
Thank you.
And we have worked out the direct loss on that basis. So, we are assuming, we've gone out with, it has been mapped, Albert have mapped it exactly. So it's been mapped, but I agree, there is no grid for yourselves to look at it.
Yeah. But coming at this, until we had the benefit of Alba's maps and Dr. Cosgrove's evidence, we were not able to see with the necessary degree of accuracy where, for example, wetland begins and ends, or golf course begins and ends, where juniper stands or dune heath stands begin and end. We're just not able to see that at all. Not satisfactory, I would suggest to you.
I accept what you're saying.
Thank you. Maybe a question for Dr. Cosgrove, and you can push it on to him if you want to. Have you got enough knowledge of the detail of the translocation proposals to discuss the suitability of receptor areas as they now appear from all of the data?
Yes, I determined the receptor areas based on my field observations. So I walked the site, as I said, on Friday, and I determined the best areas that I could for the translocation.
And did you do that with precision, Mr. Taylor, or did you do that as a generality, leaving them to be mapped more accurately later?
No, I was out there with the drawings and I actually mapped them on site.
Right, well, I'm conscious of the time, and I don't want to take up too much time with this, but so may I just have a moment, please? It's a little early for a break, perhaps. again, this is a question relating to mapping. Sorry to take a moment there, but I'm trying to cut short what I need to ask you. There is material in front of us, both from STRI and from ALBA, which shows what are designed to be suitable receptor areas for translocation. And I think, but I need to be corrected if I'm wrong, that these areas have been found and mapped by reference to existing habitat on the ground.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. There are 4 habitat maps available, and this is going to the heart of the question. There is a phase 1 habitat map, CD 1.39. Don't need to get it out. There is an NBC classification, CD 1.40. There is something called a functional wetland typology, the SEPA, sniffer wetland classification, CD 1.41. And then there is CD 1.42, which is the map of groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystems as defined in the SEPA literature. Okay. Now, I'd like to know which one STRI used in the preparation of its maps of receptor areas.
I went out to start with without any of those maps, and I walked the site, and I took my own understanding of the habitat condition, and I made the basis upon habitat condition at the time of my surveys.
I just interrupt you for a second.
Yeah.
Did you have the aerial photography available to you by that time?
Yes, yes. So I used the aerial photography and my survey experience to determine the areas where habitat change is occurring. So again, I talk about mesotrophic to neutral kind of grassland, or SD9 transitional, where it's kind of moving over. And even though these areas, I suppose the first thing to bear in mind with those areas, they still have interest. They are not priority features, but they still have their own interest. But at the end of the day, rather than lose Dune Heath, which is a priority feature, it would be better to look where remnants of Dune Heath have been in the past, the fell woodland, the nutrient-enriched grasslands, and use those. Those areas do have remnant. When we say remnants, we mean specific species indicative of the old environment, and there's 1 or 2 components that are still present, and so that gives me at least the starting point to say that Dune Heath is probable there. It's just been changed, and that's basically what I did.
NC 132, figure 14. It's the aerial photograph, or part of the aerial photograph, with areas montaged over it.
So could you just repeat the number again? Was it
NC 132.
132?
It's entitled NC 132, figure 14. Now, just to help you, this is a not Coul document, prepared by not Coul's people, and it shows, as the legend says at the bottom, translocation, the suitability of receptor areas R1 and R2. You see that?
Yeah.
And can you see in the legend in the left-hand column below the map that number 4, mid-blue, is ST16 and 17, which is dune slack, wet rushes, and fen. Sorry, dune slack, and then MG10, wet rushes, MG27, fen. So that's wetland. Is that right? In the north of R1, which is the left-hand half of the picture, we can see a large area of number 4 in pale blue to the north of the area, can't we?
Yes, can, yeah.
Ordinarily, land meeting that description would not be suitable for translocation. Would that be right?
If it was still dune slack, and obvious dune slack, then definitely, yes, you are right.
Right. At what time of the year did you do your walkover? And was there only one walkover?
There was one walkover of the site, yeah, one field survey. The dune slacks were wet, certainly the major dune slacks, but the smaller, more ephemeral slacks may have certainly been dry. But it's not whether the dune slacks have got water in them, it's the vegetation.
So I'm going to interrupt you a second. What time of year?
I'm thinking, sir, might have been August, so it would have been possibly August, I think. It's kind of late summer.
Are you sure? Are you confident about that date or
I'm
not?
No, I'm not at all. I'm just wondering, is that correct? I can't remember. I think I'd rather say unsure on that one.
I think rather than take up time on the detail of this map, we can agree, can't we, that where you found wetland or potential wetland, depending on the time of year that you walked over, that in general that would not be suitable as a receptor area?
No, I wouldn't concede that. Firstly, because if I walked over it and I noted dune slack, I can tell the difference, and I would note it, and I would think this is not possible. We're not going to move. We're not going to translocate into this area. So firstly, I am not convinced that this map is accurate, and I think we need to relate that to what Alba produced and their mapping, because I have seen these receiving environments on the ground, and I would have kept out of dune slack. I do understand that is it's an important feature.
Well, we will take up that with Dr. Cosgrove, because the maps are his and not yours, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask you questions about Alba's maps. I'd like to move to something else, please. You talk in your inquiry report at 343 and following about felled plantation habitat.
Sorry, did you say page 43?
3.43 and 3.44.
Okay.
In this part of the inquiry report, you, and I think also in your precognition, you disagree with Dr. Dargy about the 343. Dr. Dargy claims that habitat restoration within the SSI is completely unnecessary because the area is recovering rapidly and naturally. And you say you disagree in 344. You say biodiversity is extremely low, will limit dune interests, and so on and so on. Do you simply say, Mr. Taylor, that sorry, I'm asking this another way. What do you say should happen to the habitat which is characterized by the felled conifer plantation?
Moving translocation to one side, the correct management course for that area would be to strip the surface, and let's go back to dune sand, to reinstate dynamism and let the old suite of succession from the turriculous lichens to the mosses to the annuals through to sand sedge to marram, let succession retake its course. So it would be a case of stripping it back.
Well, that's really what I wanted to get to, so thank
Yeah.
you. You strip it away, leave it as bare land. You might translocate something to it, you might not, and otherwise you'd let it recolonize.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Page 25, please. Two photographs on page 25,
Yep.
both entitled the same, June Heath translocation at Castle Stewart. I think following Mr. Haspel's evidence, we can agree now that this is not translocation.
No, it's
Is that right?
translocation. It has been translocated and it's still growing. I think we established that on Friday, that the translocation process is successful. And it worked, even though it was a different habitat type, moved into a very different habitat type. The process worked and is still working.
Yes. My question was, this is not June Heath translocation. This was a different, well,
It was.
you've
Different
answered it for
habitat.
me.
Yes, absolutely.
A different habitat which has moved from the Dava Moor.
It makes the point that translocation is not implausible or impossible.
Well, with
The
respect,
process.
it doesn't, Mr. Taylor. It makes the point that on this occasion, upland heather has been translated to these dunes. It does not make the
Successful.
point.
Yeah.
It does not make the point that June Heath translocation has been successful. You agree?
It makes the point the process is successful, but I totally agree that it does not give any indication of the long-term benefits of translocation from the component elements that have been moved.
So it doesn't underline or emphasize or even demonstrate that June Heath translocation has been successful in this location.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I'm much obliged. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. It's 11:15, so I suggest we take a short break just now, and if we aim to be ready back to start again at 11:30, and we may have a few questions to ask before I pass you back to Ms. Wilson. Thank you. Mr. Taylor, we just have a few questions, just picking up on some of the evidence and some just for clarification for us. I'm interested in your precognition at 4.1, it's probably worthwhile just having it in front of you if you have it there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's just a small question, or a simple one, I hope. So you refer there to current legislation and best practice guidance on the use and application of fertilisers. Is that material are those some of the documents that you've put in front of us at the inquiry? Can you tell us which ones those are?
Yes. Sorry, I'll have to go to the listing and read some off, but so within the listing, there are. Oh, sorry, I found it now. Thank you. So the Immunity Forum is the first one. No, one above it. The ADHB 2018 Principles of Nutrient Management and Fertiliser Use.
If you give us the reference numbers, that'll be easier for us to find.
Yeah. Sorry. APP 1.3, 1.4, 1.6. 1.7 is a good one. That's the Miltner research. 1.8. Lawson is there at 1.13, 1.13. Oh no, sorry, that's his book. And I cannot see the fate of fertilisers, but that is listed. I think that is submitted within my inquiry statement. I hope that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. So that's an inclusion within the inquiry statement. Okay.
Thank you. Now this is probably something that you covered with Mr. Campbell, but just so as I'm clear for the reference, there was a discussion about the reasons for selecting each of the donor sites. The receptor sites. If we're looking in the documentation for the best explanation of that, can you see what document that's found? Or maybe it's more than one place. But if you
I think it's within the updated translocation plan, which would be. Any help over this side of the room would be beneficial. Updated translocation plan.
It's APP 120.
The updated
collection.
Sorry, CD. APP 120.
Yes.
Oh yes, that was going to be my next one to look at. Thank you.
Okay, and again, possibly covering old ground. Over the last few days, there has been some evidence about the fell conifer plantation, and I think here, and we didn't go to it, I think, but in your inquiry report from 3.38, you're saying it's filled with decomposing wood, becoming dominated by Yorkshire fog, false oak grass, and bramble. So Dr. Dargy, I think his position is that this already is or would anyway become Dune Heath. But that's you agree or disagree with that proposition?
How can that happen? The whole premise of Dune Heath is based on no nutrients, a very stressed environment. The plants that live within Dune Heath cannot tolerate nutrient excess. a lot of them are toxic to nitrogen. They are susceptible to nitrogen, which becomes toxic to them because nitrogen is mobilized at low pH, and they are, by their very nature, unable to tolerate competition. So when you have dead and decomposing wood, that's generating nutrients. And if we generate nutrients, then you're going to encourage competition. And that will lead to competitive exclusion of the plants that you're trying to conserve. The habitat will change. It won't come back as dune heath. It'll come back as a transitional, more mesotrophic type of grassland with few plant species and a predominance of just one or two grass species: cocksfoot, false oak grass, Yorkshire fog.
Thank you. And that's all down to the presence of the decomposing wood, or the dead and decomposing wood.
Yeah, dead wood decomposes slowly over time. And like I said, if we were to strip it all out and create a big area of bare sand, great. But that's not going to happen. There's no plans for that to happen. But the golf club will facilitate that process. I have increased the receptor environment to 6.2 hectares, knowing that bare sand, because again, competitive exclusion around the margins of the receptor zones where we put the heather back will lead to competition. So I want to push the grass further away, make sure that the bare sand is available for early dune heath expansion. And the management plan that's been mentioned will allow for long-term expansion of dune heath, currently greater than it can possibly accelerate at.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of questions about juniper then, and this is from 4.4 of your inquiry report. It might be worthwhile having it in front of you if you've got it. Not from the precognition, but from the inquiry report.
Oh, sorry.
This thing, sorry. So you say there, I think there's 20 to 30 bushes, juniper bushes, at hole 16, some to be avoided by micrositing, the rest to be relocated. But you note later in paragraph 4.23, Dr. Dargy's record of 95 bushes on the fairway footprint. Can you account for such a big difference in those two figures?
No. Unless Dr. Dag has been on his hands and knees trying to count the really small ones that we've missed. But there is a significant difference there. And the numbers I'm stating are the ones within the direct line of fire, or sorry, they are at risk. And that will be direct loss if we don't do something about them. Like, as I said to Mr. Campbell, there will be others around the immediate area, and I totally agree with Mr. Campbell that we have not provided a grid reference on the drawing to locate everyone within the immediate area, but on site, working with the fairway, as you'll be able to see, if you go out there, there will be 20 to 30 plants that will be directly affected.
And again, if there's a particular drawing or map that we should look at just to identify where those 20 to 30 are in relation to the course, what's the best? Could you see what the best drawing would be?
That would be looking at, I think, it's going to be I'm not sure I've got to see the drawing where the juniper are actually mapped on it. Sorry, talking away from you there. I'm not sure I've seen a drawing with the juniper actually mapped as individuals, unless Mr. Cosgrove has individually mapped them.
Okay. I mean, that might...
If it's available.
If it's available, thank you. And SNH, I'm not sure if it's a reference here, but SNH, I think I read, seemed to be saying this is the second densest growth Annex 1 juniper habitat in the UK. Is there any comment on that? And that you would
that is a problem.
disagree with?
Yeah, no, that is a problem. It's the densest. So I'm not reading where you read it, sir, but you just said it's the densest patch of annex.
I think the SNH said it was the second densest growth of Annex 1 Annex 1 juniper habitat in the UK. That I think that statement probably appears elsewhere. So if I'm,
right. That's fine.
loading it on you, then apologies for that. And if it's not something you can comment on, then that's fine. But
no, it's a problem. It is a it's the density becomes problematic with juniper because there is a disease in Scotland that is affecting juniper, and so when the plants are close, you get a microclimate within and around each plant, which leads to Phytophthora, which is a dieback condition. By thinning and opening the density of growth, we will actually enable the ongoing conservation of those individuals. That's part of normal management, and it's necessary. So even without the golf course, it would be good to do some thinning work with the juniper. We're suggesting we translocate it, but just to maintain the Phytophthora, some management is required. Sorry, to reduce the Phytophthora disease. Management is required.
Okay, thank you. And that may well have answered the next question I was going to ask, where at 4.36 you say, again in the inquiry report, you say that the thinning of juniper stands would be essential anyway if these plants are to survive. And so what I take from that is you're saying that without the golf course, the juniper at Coul would disappear or at least would reduce in extent.
It will be susceptible, certainly, to the diseases that are prevalent in this part of the world. The golf course provides a mechanism by which we can manage these important features.
Okay, my final question then, and I think Mr. Bryan has a question as well, but can we have a quick look at 7.17 of your inquiry report?
Didn't realise I wrote so much. 7.17. Okay.
So you're saying there succession and is meaning a change from Marham red fescue communities to more ranked and transitional and mesotrophic grassland types. So I guess my question, it would be common ground. You would think then that this is a bad thing, and that it would be beneficial to manage the site to avoid it, and that's one of the benefits the golf course provides. I'm understanding that correctly.
I think firstly, it's important to recognise that the dune system out there is a mosaic. It's a mosaic of habitats. The golf course will facilitate management to maintain the diversity of habitats and the diversity of species that live within them. Without management, we are seeing, and this is undoubtable, this is unquestionable really, we are seeing a gradual transition, a gradual change to, as you say, the more rank or the more mesotrophic, nutrient-enriched grasslands. And this is not just subject to this natural site, the dune site at Coul Links. It is occurring over the countries, England, Scotland and Wales. And golfers, and this is a digression, but it makes the point, golfers are becoming very frustrated with the grassland rough on many golf courses because it is thickening, and it's thickening because of the degree of atmospheric nitrogen that's falling upon it every year. So green staff are having to work harder to manage that change, to stop that change, to stop the succession. So from a golfing point of view, there is a need to manage. But from an ecological point of view, there's a greater need to manage because these features on site are Annex 1 features as recognised within the Habitat and Species Directive. Bare sand is another an increasingly recognised practice now. We recognise that the clue's in the word. These dunes are fixed, becoming over-fixed, and our statutory authorities are recognising the need to unfix them. And Dr. Coppins alludes to that in his precognition as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. I think just one other question, I think.
It's just following on from the exchange we had earlier. When you were answering a question of Mr. Campbell on the importance of finding an appropriate receptor area, I may have picked you up wrongly, but I noted that you said it also depends on the contractor because it's very easy to mess it up early. And if I got you right on that point, does that illustrate the what a delicate operation it is, and B, how dependent the success of the operation is on who's actually doing it?
It is, very much so. It's an exacting process. I totally agree that it should only be undertaken if there is no alternative. And in this instance, if the golf course goes ahead, there is no alternative. But we can do it successfully. But the success will need someone to lead it, someone that is competent in being able to manage it on site. I have total trust in Mr. Haspel, and I have faith in the applicant to do so. But if they chose a contractor that was just, the man down the road with a machine, with no induction into how it's done and with no experience, then it would be quite easily to take it the wrong way, reverse it, create bad practice. And that's exactly what we don't want. It would be really good here for SNH to provide a monitoring scheme that would show in future that this scheme is possible and can be successful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, I will pass you back to Ms. Wilson. Do you need a moment to get ready? And yeah, of course.
So I'm ready to proceed if that's convenient. Mr. Taylor, if I could take you back to Friday, and if we could consider together some issues that were raised with you through the cross-examination by Mr. Mackay on behalf of SNH. I have you noted as saying that you have 30 years of experience in translocation, and we looked at your book, APP 118, that you wrote specific to Heather. In relation to the habitat that we see on site, and the discussion that's taken place regarding sensitivity, do you draw a distinction between sensitivity of dune heath as compared to dune slack?
I think both dune slack and dune heath are extremely sensitive environments. Dune heath, as a vegetation type, I hope I'm going down the road you want me to go here, no, sorry, I don't want to digress too much, but dune heath is a vegetation type that holds together probably better and is easy to translocate than dune slack. If that, I don't know if I'm following your line of questioning.
Well, I think you understood the question. So,
yeah, both are very sensitive.
Yeah. Now, you said in response to Mackay on a few occasions that your reputation depended upon successfully delivering the project. Why is that? I mean, there's an obvious reason, but why is it within the golf industry that is the case?
I have built up a business within golf over 30 years. I've got the trust of golf courses across Europe. People call me on a daily basis to ask me questions and to help them with their management issues. And so, and the one thing I never said on Friday is I am totally impartial and independent, as I am here. I said straight away that I'm a conservationist and a naturalist. If I wasn't here the weekend, I would be out looking for wildlife. I live and breathe wildlife. That's what it's my passion. And I developed this service because I saw the need within golf. I saw that golf clubs are such a good land use, having worked within them. But it's something that no one really, from the outside, there are these misconceptions. But my business, albeit part of STRI, is based solely on the reputation that I've gained over the years and upon the successful delivery of the projects that I've been involved in. And if I fail, then my business is at risk. And same with golf clubs. Golf clubs are so criticised and so watched, and any bad practice would knock back years of the good work that we've tried to do with golf.
In terms of this development and project, we've heard evidence about the design objective of achieving a course that could rank in the top 100 courses. Have you carried out championship projects on other championship courses that rank in the top 100?
Rawport Rush is the one that springs to mind. This year, Rawport Rush will host the Open. It's not the British Open, as I heard the other day. It's the World's Open. It's the Open, the largest event within golf. It'll attract over 200,000, and there's 200 to 250,000 people already with tickets, and we're having to shut the RNA are having to shut the doors on it now because there's just too many people trying to get there. That puts massive pressure on our golf courses, and we translocated over 6 hectares of coastal dune grassland, not dune heath, but coastal dune grassland, and that is working really well. But those people that are coming to see it, and the TV cameras will post it all around the world, it needs to be successful, and it is successful. My role is to ensure that the ecological sensitivities of guiding those 200,000 people around the course are actually met.
much of your evidence, apart from the championship courses, also refers to how there's been a changing trend within golf clubs and golf courses. Are you involved in the Golf Environment Awards?
Yes, I set them up. I set up the Golf Environment Awards in 1995, basically to provide a platform or a vehicle in which we could extol the virtues of good practice on golf courses. It was twofold at that time. One was to try to create a bandwagon effect that people would think, well, they're doing it, we better be doing it, and get the flywheel turning, if you like. But the main one was just to try to show the world that golf courses can be good. And that now is extremely successful. Golf clubs each year apply to the awards, showing and demonstrating the work, and we just try to put that out into the press. But, and they do get a lot of press from TV, from radio, from newspapers. There's a lot of good work being done.
Thank you. Now, you asked a number of questions under reference to the Anderson guidelines. Could you have that document in front of you, please, SNH 90? Now, this was the best practice guide produced by Penny Anderson that you refer to and also SNH refer to. Can we note, first of all, from the second page of the document, it's dated 2003 as well?
Yes, it is.
Was it published around the same time as the JNCC guidance?
Yes, it was.
If you look at paragraph 2.5.5, which was the first paragraph that you referred to, and you were asked, or it's put to you, that what was clear from that first paragraph in that section. Oh, have you not got it yet?
No, I have. It's easy if it's an hard copy. Thank you. So it was 2.2.
2.5.5, it's on page 20.
Okay.
The first paragraph is put to you, the significance of effects relates principally to the nature conservation value of the site. For high value sites, especially triple SIs, including sites designated under European directives, the types of effects outlined could seriously affect the site's integrity and hence its value.
Yep.
And would generally not be acceptable in extreme circumstances. You emphasised in your response the word could and drew a distinction between could and will. What information is important in order to come to a conclusion on likelihood of an effect?
I think the first point is I agree with the premise of what's been written, but then the next line that wasn't read is that in extreme circumstances the translocation might be undertaken as a last-ditch attempt. That's kind of putting it in a little, in a wrong light. But if the golf course is going ahead, translocation is the best option when all the other mitigation elements that we've talked about have actually been addressed. We've basically got two options with translocation. We make it work, or we lose June Heath. And so, the sensitive receptors. Obviously, it is the heath. It's not the heather plants. The heath comprises of a mosaic of elements, and I mentioned lichens as one taxa group. That's part of the dune heath. We have to be cognizant of everything that's within the vegetation.
And I think that point that you're making is in fact recognised further on this page. Do you see in the right-hand column the paragraph that begins, "It should be borne in mind"?
Yep.
Could you just read that out, please?
It should be borne in mind that the new habitat that develops from salvaged material is likely to be superior to a similar habitat created from seeding or natural colonisation, providing this guide is followed.
And so far as your experience tells you, what's the relative benefits between salvaged material as opposed to natural colonisation?
Salvaged material is immediate. Natural recolonisation, if we were to strip that felled woodland back to sand, would take 8 to 15 years, which, thinking with the intergenerational time frame that Dr. Rooney mentioned, that's perfectly fine from an ecological point of view. That's how ecology works. But this will be an immediate step. It ensures the conservation of the existing dune heath. We can work to create new dune heath in time, but for now we are retaining the existing dune heath. The other main benefit of taking dune heath into a new area is that we are taking the seed source, not just for heather plants, but the propagules for lichens. We're taking invertebrate pupae. It was Mr. Collar who mentioned Lepidoptera a few days ago, but we're taking the pupae, the overwintering elements within the turf. We're not just stripping a thin layer off the top, we're taking it to depth, so that these species, when they wake in the spring, they might be in a new location, but they won't have been disturbed. So there is a lot to be said for translocating the heath rather than just allowing bare sand to colonise over time.
The last paragraph on that page makes the point that you just made about salvaging and creating a habitat of some value. The last sentence says, additional compensation is possible if a larger area of new habitat is established compared with its original one. You made mention in your evidence this morning about the difference in size between the recipient area compared to the donor area. What's the total increase from in hectareage that would be larger?
I think that works out about 1.8 hectares. And again, I've done that on purpose because we've got to reduce the competitive nature of the grass encroachment, the rank grasses around the dune heath. It also makes the first inroad, if you like, to creating and recognising the need for bare sand. And the management plan going forward after that, that's been pledged, will need to look a lot more at bare sand, because that is an Annex feature, an Annex 1 feature, and it will allow better quality habitat in the future.
Could you turn, please, to page 22?
Okay.
And just, again, it's a timing point, but the second paragraph in 3.2.1, there's reference to there being a strong framework for protecting SSIs,
Okay.
which by implication translates into an equally strong commitment not to translocate any part of them. This approach also satisfies the draft JNCC policy, and that is in 3.1. So at the time that these guidelines were written, it was based upon JNCC policy, is that right?
It is, yes.
And there's also reference, I don't think this was put to you in 3.2, to decisions by public inquiry inspectors, which also lay behind the JNCC policy. Do we see the last bullet point is to this effect: the chances of a successful translocation may be sufficient to tip a finely balanced case in favour of development. Do you see that? It's
No, I don't.
It's in the box 3.2
Oh, the box.
on the right-hand side of the page,
Right, okay.
and the last bullet point.
The chance of a successful translocation may be sufficient, that one, to tip a finely balanced case
In favour of
in
development.
favour of development. Yeah, that's fair.
I think you've told us throughout your evidence what you consider, but as far as you're concerned, it is, to use your words, possible to achieve successful translocation.
Yes, there is a research paper as well being submitted by SNH-70, which looks at the long-term benefits of a number of trials, one being translocation, and over 17 years the integrity of the heath that's been translocated, I think, has been maintained intact. It also kept the pH to an optimum level, but at the end of the review it does say that, again, it's a last resort, and I think we agree on that. It is a last resort, but the study also shows that not only the translocation is possible, but the longer-term success of the heath and its component parts can be successful.
I think that document's been produced twice in SNH's documents. It's both SNH-70 and SNH-100, just for the reporter's notes, but it's it was based upon a 17-year experiment, is that correct? 17. 17.
17, yeah. I've not got it on screen now, I was just paraphrasing what I remember of it.
You were asked a number of questions in relation to the section of this guidance that's very specific as to how translocation should be carried out, and that's section 4, if you could turn on. Okay. And if you could also have the updated translocation plan, which is APP 120.
I've got that, Ms. Massey. Thank you.
Now, you were criticised in your cross-examination for not having a lot of information regarding the donor sites, and also a point was made to you in relation to Mr. Haspel's experience in relation to June Heath in contrast to Upland Heath. As it happens, during the course of your evidence this morning, you touched on some points that I was going to ask you about Mr. Haspel, but how long have you known Mr.
Haspel? My professional relationship with Mr. Haspel goes back probably, I am guessing, it must be 20 years, and it might be a little bit more, but that was when Mr. Haspel worked in Denmark, and he used to call me out to his golf club Horsum, H-O-R-S-O-L-M, L-M, golf club Horsum, where I used to go and talk to Mr. Haspel about advisory matters, ecological matters, and landscape management. So, yes, I've known him quite a long time.
Could you look, please, at the relevant part of the guidance, page 29,
yeah,
and the text just under the bar graph that you see, or bar chart that you see. I think this was the bit that was put to you. It's essential to ensure that the translocation is planned and executed professionally by using competent, suitably experienced specialists.
Absolutely. And this relates to the last question by the reporters. I wouldn't be comfortable doing this work if I wasn't comfortable with the people that I had around me doing it. And I am very comfortable with the expertise and professionalism of Mr. Haspel. And again, I have total trust in the applicant that he will fulfil what he wants to achieve.
Taking on board the point that's been made by not only Mr. Mackay but others during your cross-examination, that the translocation project at Castle Stewart involved Upland Heath rather than June Heath, does that give you any reason to conclude that it takes him outside that definition of a competent and suitably experienced specialist?
No. At Castle Stewart, I think it was Dr. Rooney that said distance has no bearing on translocation when asked. And that was surprising because distance is critical. At Castle Stewart, the process, even though it wasn't June Heath and maybe it doesn't have a bearing on this case, was taken from over 40 miles and it still survived. We aren't doing anything like that. We're taking 10 metres to 100 metres into the same sand, same receptor as the donor over a very short distance. And I mention that because it's so easy to fragment June Heath. It's so easy to kind of compromise each turf through the moving of it, and I've lost my train of thought now. I don't know where I'm going with that, but
well, the question that I put to you was whether or not you felt that Mr. Haspel came out with the definition.
No, I think
of
Mr.
this
Haspel.
expert.
I think he's done a superb job with what he was doing at Castle Stewart, and given that the distances are much closer, we're working with very different parameters here, and with the quality of assurance that I have had that about the involvement, not from myself, but from whoever does the work, it will prove successful.
Do we see in the guidance under or following on from the text that I referred to that is emboldened, this will certainly involve ecologists and soil scientists with experience of habitat translocation? Do you see that text? It's in the part of the document we were in before.
Oh yeah, yeah. And that's the point now. We've done the basic methodology for this inquiry and for the purposes of the submission, but it will now be necessary to go back to SNH to discuss the methodology, and we will need to ensure that those soil analyses are done, that we do engage and we do complete this project successfully. It's crucial, not just to golf, but from an ecological point of view as well.
From a practical point of view, if this were to go ahead as it's been described by the applicants, what would be the working relationship between yourself and Mr. Haspel?
At this stage, I am not sure. I don't know. We're down in Yorkshire. It could, like I said, be Mr. Cosgrove. It could be another ecologist entirely that takes on this work. But if the inquiry or if SNH were minded to ensure that I was involved, then that would be fine too. Certainly, I would like to be involved because I do honestly believe that it's crucial that we have someone with experience that can be there and monitor it and make sure that it works. We need that.
Let me put the question more generically so you don't have to qualify it in terms of appointment. What would be the working relationship between Mr. Haspel, who would be leading the project work on the ground, and the ecological clerk of works?
The course manager would basically take instruction from the ecological clerk of works throughout the process. Obviously, he's got some leeway in how he undertakes the practical side, but he would be directed all the way through. He would be directed of the process throughout. That is the role of an ecological clerk of works.
Now, you were asked about specific aspects of the requirements, checklist of requirements, and what it was suggested wasn't fully covered in the updated translocation plan. In section 4.3, do we see clear, realistic aims and objectives must be set in writing? Could you look at section 4 of the report, please?
Okay.
And before looking at what you have set out there, do we see that it said that these should be provided for any translocation exercise so that the results can be judged against them? Without these, the achievements of the translocation will be open to debate and challenge. Basic aims and objectives should be included in NEA and or public inquiry commitments, planning conditions or obligations. And in section 4 on page 11 of the plan, do we find there that you have identified what the aims and objectives should be at this stage?
Absolutely. They are listed there.
And do you have any reason to change those based on the evidence that you've seen produced through this inquiry process?
Not at all, no.
And linked again to the evidence that you gave, particularly on Friday, and your plea for monitoring, halfway down, do we see the commitment to monitor at key stages through this process, it being noted that, in your opinion, it's fundamental to the success of the work?
I haven't found that there, but I totally agree with you. It is.
Well, on page 11, there's a sentence between the two sections of bullet points.
Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. That's why. Monitoring at key stages through this process will be fundamental to the success. And I suppose that's me pleading there, just like I did on Friday, that we do need effective monitoring, but it needs to be there's different forms of monitoring. This is through the key stages on site, but we need a strategic monitoring overview as well to make sure that the project delivers upon those aims.
It was being suggested in the evidence of SNH's witnesses that there's a difference between translocation for cosmetic purposes or design purposes and for ecological purposes. Is the first bullet point there, the assessment of the relative botanical value of the habitats on site, is that necessary for golf course purposes?
No, it's not.
So why is it included?
Because it's relevant for the habitat, for the conservation of the priority features that we are dealing with here.
It was suggested by Mr. Rooney in his evidence that, under reference to yours, that the identification of remnants of Dune Heath suggested that you would be covering over existing habitat when you then translocate, and that was put to you in cross-examination as well. How would you treat those areas within the recipient site where there was important Dune Heath habitat?
Within the recipient sites, and here we're talking about the transitional grasslands or the felled woodland areas, the remnants of Dune Heath are principally one or two individuals. And that's a phrase we use in phase one and botanical assessment. They are one or two individuals only, rather than all groupings. But even if there is a small patch of heather still remaining within that transitional grassland, that heather is essentially being housed, it's being excluded by the surrounding grassland. And so to sacrifice that for the increase is totally justifiable, because it will be lost anyway.
How will it be lost anyway?
By grassing, by continued grass competition and exclusion.
And it's noted in the second bullet point that sampling has been carried out in relation to suitable receptor areas. You were criticised in relation to donor areas. And it was suggested there was hardly any information at all within this document. Do we see in 3.4 of the updated plan you provide a dune vegetation context? Section 3.4, it begins at page 9 and goes on to page 10.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Does that have any relevance to the nature of the heath that would be translocated?
Well, certainly that gives us the clear indication of the vegetation types that are represented on site. What we need to do as part of that monitoring brief, as you asked me earlier, would I change any of the monitoring elements within this document? We wouldn't change them, but we need to continue. And for the purpose of the submission and the inquiry and this process, we've done all that we can. But we do now need to get a firmer fix on the pH at depth so that we ensure that the donor and receiving environments are correct. I'm not so worried about the top 300 millimetres of that root zone. that Dr. Rooney mentioned, simply because that will be lifted and taken away. It won't be part of the translocation process at all. But from a pH point of view, it'd be nice to check that, and we can work with that to ensure it's within the optimum range for translocation.
You were asked some questions by a letter from Mr. Campbell this morning under reference to the Coul document that had different mapped habitats, and it was being suggested that erroneously or through an incomplete understanding, wetland areas had been identified. You question the accuracy of that particular production. So far as STRI's plans are concerned, we've looked at those before, and I don't intend to take you there. CD 1.147 shows the translocation. How were those areas mapped in terms of identifying the extent
My
of
areas,
the location?
the areas of the receiving environment have been mapped by a walkover, which sounds simple, but a walkover is quite a comprehensive and well-established format of ecological survey. We would walk the entire area of each receiving environment, and we would map its boundaries. And within that, I would note dune slacks, if they were there. If there were a woodland there, I would have noted that. The problem with the drawing is I can't see beneath the shading, and then again, I suppose you wouldn't pick up a dune slack on that aerial photograph. If it was, you may have done. But basically, no, it was a comprehensive walk-over, and so I'm confident that the areas I've looked at were suitable for translocating. They're not dune slack.
Did you cross-refer with Alba Ecology?
Yes, and so we use, as it says in this document, that under, what do you say, 3.4, that the site was walked, and we have used the phase 1, the habitat mapping data, just to confirm that what we are saying is correct.
And then in section 4.1, you identify those pre-translocation considerations that are of relevance to this particular site.
Yes, and they're all documented in the data translocation plan.
I think that point is made in the following section below in the first paragraph of section 5. The objective will be to translocate the vulnerable areas of heather-dominated dune heath from the identified donor areas for relaying within the identified receptor areas. The aim of this work is to ensure no net loss of dune heath habitat.
Certainly. And what I want here is a net gain. By taking the propagules, taking the seed bank, removing the competition, we will see the areas, the extent of dune heath starting to increase. And that will then be continued by the CLSMP, where we will be working with SNH to create other areas in which we could do the same. We talked about cutting heather on Friday. Mr. Mackay mentioned the role of cutting and the need to open. And so in my head then, when I said what I just said about the need to expand, I would be looking to use capsules and the seed source from areas of dune heath through cutting alongside the fairways, so we can expand upon the extent of dune heath. We could take those further and use them to seed other areas.
Linked to that is another point that arises from Mr. Mackay's cross-examination in terms of the tools. And you mentioned that you would envisage a custom-built tool, and I think in some of your answers on Friday you also referred to the fact that one of the developments over the years since the 2003 guidelines has been the advancement in using bespoke tools. Does it cause you to lose confidence to any degree by the fact that it's something that you envisage being a bespoke tool for dune heath?
It gives me a lot more confidence to think that we are using bespoke tools, and the contractors now and the clients that we work with are actually willing to buy into the production of these kind of into this type of equipment, so that we can effectively translocate. So no, that gives me greater confidence. And again, that's why we can't use just any contractor.
On page 30, where there's greater detail given in relation to these aims and objectives that we discussed, do you see the bullet points under box 4.2 on the left-hand side? And it said the minimum requirement for high-value sites, so this is for triple SIs, high-value conservation sites, is to maintain or enhance the habitat in all NVC communities, sub-communities of values. Are you satisfied that the aims and objectives within your translocation plan address that?
They will be met. And the reason they will be met is because I have done a lot of translocation work where if you take in a small depth of soil, you can get that nutrient flush, and you can get, just simply because of disturbance, and opportunistic grasses like Orcus, Yorkshire fog, do tend to come in, and that could have a detrimental effect. In this situation, we are moving 0.5 metre depth, which is almost the depth of this table, quite large turfs. And so any influence will be negligible in terms of that.
And in terms of maintaining the key ecological features, which we can see from the box 4.4 on the other side, are those ecological attributes for which the site has been selected. What's your evidence as to whether that's, in your view, achieved by the objectives contained within the plan?
It's the reason I use words like no net loss, because it is important that we maintain the integrity of the protected site. It's in recognition to the protected site. And there will be no net loss of dune heath. We want to increase that Annex 1 feature.
And then the third bullet point, maintain the nature conservation value as far as possible, given that there is a high risk of it being reduced by the damage caused by translocation. How would you describe the risk as at 2019 compared to what would have been viewed as the risk in 2003?
I think the risks in 2003 would have been 90% plus. The risk today could still be 90%, but it depends upon the level and expertise that we have available to really bring that down. And working on the dune heath sites like Silithon Solway, in Cumbria like Carnoustie, with these kind of habitats, we are able to. The translocation process alone, I would suggest, would be 30% potential for risk. So we're looking at 70% success. I've mixed my figures up there, haven't I? In the past, we would have been looking at a 90% risk. Now we're probably looking at a 30% risk, if that. And again, the reason why I want to expand the areas around them is to reduce that risk further. So I think we could take the risk from 30 to maybe 20% risk. It's always a risk strategy. It shouldn't be done without regard to the difficulties involved, but with the right people, the right equipment, undertaking it at the right time of the year and not moving too far, keeping the distances similar, and ensuring receptor and donor sites are similar, then it will be achieved.
Sorry, can I just ask, just a point of clarification, when you say 20% risk of what?
Of loss, of failure.
So does that mean there's a 20% chance that the whole thing won't work, or that the likelihood is that 20% of the habitat that your translocation won't work? I'm just trying to understand what that means.
These are figures just off the top of my head. They're very spurious, and it's not based on any science. But I think that in the days of the JNCC policies, which are totally admirable in the laying out and policy making, we would have seen quite high potential loss with that at that time. Now we can reduce that by all of the things we've mentioned, down to maybe 20 to 30% or so, but certainly with expanding and increasing the areas for further dune expansion, that loss is going to get even less, so we're down to maybe 20%, if that at all. It could be 100% successful.
In terms of your objective of monitoring, just following on this point that Mr. Littlereid raised, the objective of monitoring, there's reference to remedial action being taken if needed. What's the purpose of that?
Is to reduce the extent of any loss. So if we were seeing any untoward effects, at least we've got a chance to deal with it. Reduce that.
And have you had experience where there has had to be interventions?
No, the principal issues relate to the drying out around the margins of the turf, drought stress, frost damage, but we recognise those and they will be dealt with. Where that's occurred, it's because the clients that we've been working with have not followed due process after the translocation.
Could you look please at APP 1.11, which is the JNCC guidance?
Maybe not. You beat me, okay. Yes, done.
Do you have that?
Yeah, I have that.
You'll recall Mr. Bryan asked you a question on Friday as to whether or not you accepted that this guidance was peer-reviewed. And you said yes, it was. If you could look, please, at where we find the statement of the conservation policy for habitats translocation at paragraph 7.1. That's on page 9.
I'm not sure this arises out of cross-examination, does it, sir?
No, I prefaced the question that it came out of Mr. Ryan's question on Friday. We see the statement in bold print at the beginning, and the second sentence, the statutory conservation agencies will continue to make the strongest possible case against translocating habitats from within triple SIs, and that has been SNH's position at this inquiry. So going down in that paragraph, do you see the next sentence that's in bold print as well? Thus, the intrinsic conservation value of translocated habitats is not sustained after the disruptions caused by their removal, transport and placement on a new site. And the research that is quoted there is an article by Bullock and others in 1997. Do you consider that to be up-to-date literature?
It's the view that was expressed then, and it's the view that is still being expressed by, with all respect, the people that are not carrying it out on a practical basis, on a day-to-day basis. So it is very much an academic perception that I would have if I worked in a university or in a different environment.
Looking at page 13 of the document, we've got a list of the references. A number of scientific papers.
Okay.
Just scanning through the dates of those, again, what comment do you have to make about the relevance or how they should be regarded as at 2019?
Yeah, for a lot of them I've had almost 30 years experience in addition, or after these reviews were first provided and published. So there's 30 years of gone, or certainly since like the 1990. Is that right? About right. So they're very much out of date, but I do take the point here that we don't have research information to hand to update this, because golf courses don't need to do that. They've never been asked to do it.
You were taken to an up-to-date paper on this subject by my learner friend Mr. Mackay, which was authored by Mr. Box, and that is SNH 34, if you could have that, please.
This is Translocating Wildlife Habitats, a guide for civil engineers, SNH 92.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Habitat translocation, rebuilding biodiversity, and no net loss of biodiversity.
Maybe you might have to help me. Thank you, sir. I have got this somewhere. Okay, right, thank you.
You were taken to certain parts of the document, and in response you referred Mr. Mackay to the abstract. And do we see from the abstract that this particular article is investigating priority policy options and research needs for nature conservation, which have identified the importance of new land use policies for restoring and rebuilding biodiversity, including habitat banking, no net loss of biodiversity. You've referred a few times to the significance or relevance of the principle of no net loss of biodiversity. Has that been a principle that's been employed when you've looked into the various measures and enhancements that could be carried out on the site?
It is. When I'm looking at the dune heath, I am not just looking at heather, the plant. I'm looking at the habitats that we have, the mosaic of habitat that we have, the intrinsic elements of it. And I mentioned the other day about the work we've done in Northern Ireland with regards to snails and the molluscs. It's not just the lichens, as was said the other day. It is the beetles, it is the lepidoptera, it is the crustaceans and the mollusk interest. It's the whole suite of things that we need to ensure are moved and successfully moved and conserved.
Do we see on the right-hand column, halfway down, Mr. Box explains the policy context of this article. He says the official policy on habitat translocation in Britain, JNCC 2003, states that the habitat translocation is not a substitute for conservation of semi-natural habitats in situ. And similar caveats used for much more widespread techniques, and there's reference there to literature in 1995, 1998 and 2003. And then he goes on to say, no net loss of biodiversity is a new policy driver for planning and development, and the European Union is moving towards such a powerful policy as demonstrated in its biodiversity strategy to 2020. The logic of a no net loss of biodiversity policy suggests that valuable habitats on development sites will have to be translocated because new habitats of the same maturity, structure and ecological functions cannot be created quickly enough to replace the loss of mature and long-established habitats to development projects. Habitat creation and restoration schemes are often established as mitigation for loss of habitats to development. And then looking down, delivering the future land use policies that will be required for nature conservation and for rebuilding biodiversity requires a reassessment of habitat translocation as a delivery process in conjunction with habitat creation, etc. And if you could just, that's the context to this article. If you could turn to the back of it, I think to a passage that you weren't taken to in 545. And there are various conclusions set out there. If you could read conclusions 1 and 2, if you just read them to yourself.
Sorry, did you say 5.5?
545.
Oh, sorry,
Page 545.
No. Oh, so in conclusions, and then paragraph 4.
Conclusions 1 and 2.
1 and 2, sorry. You don't want me to read them out?
No, just read them to yourself.
Okay.
To what extent do those conclusions fit with your own approach to this issue?
They fit extremely well. The whole idea of the translocation, as I said just a few minutes ago, is to ensure an immediate effect, which will have great, which will have the results, the desired results from a golfing point of view, but it will also ensure the continued conservation of the species that are using the translocated heath. It certainly will help to conserve the biodiversity that is represented. It saves it from the damage and the degradation that would have, if this project went ahead, it would save that. It makes absolute sense.
And we see above those conclusions that the author also makes recommendations based upon his own experience and his identified need to address biodiversity. And in this first bullet point, he says habitat translocation should be included with habitat creation, habitat restoration, and habitat enforcement and official guidance on biodiversity and natural heritage from the government, local authorities, and statutory bodies in the United Kingdom. Second bullet point, the JNCC for the United Kingdom should update its 2003 guidance on habitat translocations in light of the current movement towards net loss of biodiversity policies. Would you agree with those recommendations?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think habitat translocation is key. Should be included. It is part of the entire mitigation hierarchy. I understand SNH's point of view that, and certainly Dr. Ruin, is that there's not enough new research which has led to the update of the guidance, but John Box here in this review makes it very clear that we are short of that kind of policy update. We need that.
Linking the principle of no net loss of biodiversity, which wasn't a principle at the time that the Anderson guidelines were looked at, is all formulated. Could you go back, please, to those guidelines on page 30?
Anderson.
Yes.
Yeah, I can find mine, I think.
So that's SNH 90.
Yeah. Anderson Pollard. I thought I could. Now you've got everything and then you can't find it. Okay. So this is
Page 30, on the page that we were on before.
Okay.
And you see box 4.3, opportunities to enhance sites.
Okay, yeah, I have that.
And we don't need to go through them all. The reporters will identify them for themselves, but there's a number of those bullet points that relate to the proposed measures at Coul Links. Is that fair?
Very much so, yes. Yeah.
In your view, as an experienced ecologist, which of these measures that are being proposed for Coul Links would you describe as being relevant to the principle of no net loss of biodiversity?
I think we need to increase the site size, which we've done. I think we need to consider ongoing work. Firstly, ongoing work through scrub removal. That's absolutely fundamental. The bracken, for instance, so this is a digression, isn't it? But we've already increased the amount of bracken by 100%. Bracken now stands at 3.6 hectares, which is almost as much as the dune heath translocation. And that's a natural process. So scrub removal, bracken removal, reinstating suitable management. How critical is that? It's not being managed by whatever means. It's just not being managed, and it is changing. And it's essential that we do something. So for the loss of 22 hectares of the site for the golf, we're able to manage over 300 hectares. That's fundamental. And the biggie that I said on Friday about that is it's owner-led, it's owner-driven and not being paid for, as is the case on other golf courses. Site wetness can be detrimental on this particular site because the elevated water table is key to vegetation change, and that was found in the Earl report. Removal of invasive species, that's the bracken and other species, but at the same time understand if any natives are particularly important for some of the protected invertebrates. Increasing populations of native species, that goes without saying, and involving local people. That's, you could say, is outside of my remit, but that's what we do on a daily basis. We are looking a lot more now at social inclusivity, bringing people on board, bringing children on board to read, stay outdoor learning, outdoor teaching. So all of these issues are part of my everyday work.
Just one point of clarification. You said increased site size, we're doing that. I think for clarification you were referring to the increase in dune habitats.
In the first instance, yeah, first phase.
You were asked by both my friend Mr. Mackay and by Mr. Collar about your involvement in the production of the ES, and there seemed to be a suggestion that as far as STRI was concerned, it was pulled together in 3 months. Could you look please at paragraph 1.7 of your inquiry report?
Is that 1.7? Okay.
It's either 1.7 or 1.17. I don't have it right
sorry,
to hand at the moment, but you state there the use. It is 17.
Yeah.
You state there the interrelationship between yourselves and Golder Associates, and that they had 18 months of survey work before you became involved.
They did. Golder's worked on 18 months, and then we started in 17, in June 17, and we were asked then to put the application together, sorry, the ES together.
Can I just ask, just for clarity, the point at which you took over, you became the coordinators, if you like, for the EIA, for the ES, was it Golder Associates, is your understanding that it was Golder Associates that were doing it therefore prior to your involvement?
They were doing it prior to that.
You asked a number of questions today under reference to the not cool objection, the first objection, and I don't want you to go to it, but in the paragraph following that which was put to you, there's a statement by not cool, the loss in receptor areas is dominated by high quality dune habitat. Do you agree with that?
No, it's not at all.
Although Mr. Collar asked you some questions in relation to ornithology, that's a matter for Dr. Cosgrove, would you agree? I know you're familiar with the ornithological issues, but that's a matter for Dr. Cosgrove.
If there's anything you want me to answer, I'm certainly happy to give it a try. I'm a passionate ornithologist as much as anything else, but it is really Dr. Cosgrove's area of specialism. Seems like everything's getting passed across to Dr. Cosgrove.
You were also asked by Mr. Collar what budget there was for the site management plan. In the situation of a golf course, is it just about financial resources being made available, or do the existing manpower resources on a golf course have some bearing?
The budget is not just about producing a management plan, no. It's about the resourcing of the management plan for the next 5 years, and then reviewing it after 5 years, and resourcing again for another 5 years. That's fundamental. And within that, you've got, as SNH know too well, because for years SNH have provided funding for golf clubs and other land owners to do work on protected sites. It's about the right kind of machinery. We need appropriate. Well, we saw in one of Mr. Mackay's pictures, we saw the kind of equipment that would be used. That equipment is substantial. You'd be looking at something like £18,000 to £20,000 for one of those. There's a lot of other equipment that would be required to do it. So the resourcing is fundamental. In my inquiry statement, I showed a letter. Is it in here? I think it's in here. From Natural England, and I asked for anything that might help or illustrate the condition of the golf courses on the Sefton coast. And I did it because it was a few years ago that someone came to me from Natural England and they said if we only had the resources that the golf courses on the Sefton coast had, we could do so much. And I realised then that they are struggling to maintain the protected sites, but the golf courses are faring equally well, possibly even more, than the protected sites. So it's the old resourcing that's important.
You made reference in your cross-examination this morning to the paper Breaking Ground on Juniper, which is APP 1.21. I don't need you to look it up. But it's specific to lowland England. On what basis do you consider it has a relevance to this inquiry?
It doesn't matter where the juniper is. The translocation methodology would be the same. There are environmental considerations, though. If we were on top of a mountain, obviously there's going to be a lot more windy. If we're over on the Loch Lomond side, there's going to be 3 to 4 metres of rainfall. And so there are things to take into account, but essentially the methodology is exactly the same.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. Thank you, sirs.
Sirs, could I just say one more point before I leave? It's not been brought up at all, but one thing that I think is really important. Is that possible?
I'm not sure.
No. Okay.
I mean, I really want to confine yourself to answering the questions. If it was a point not being brought up at all, then it probably should have been brought up, and perhaps was in your initial evidence. Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor, for
Thank you.
Almost a day and a half of evidence. I'm going to impose a 30-minute rule for lunch, if I may, just so as we can make progress. So that may make me unpopular. But if we can aim to return and be ready to start again at 1:30, where it will be Professor Pye who will be providing his evidence. Thank you very much.
Sir, I wonder if you would prefer if I made the motion to lodge the rebuttal document before lunch, or if you prefer to deal with it after lunch.
Well, yeah, if maybe you can raise it now, and it'll give us a chance to consider the matter over lunch.
The position is, as I indicated at the opening of the proceedings this morning, that Dr. Hansom, in his precognition, took issue with a number of points in Professor Pye's inquiry report and produced some new figures and graphs and photographs that have been annotated. The particular procedural point was dealt with in terms of offending the rule not to include graphs and photographs within a precognition by not Coul's witness being invited to remove them and the documents lodged separately. So they were given that opportunity to proceed in that way, and the applicants didn't take any issue with it being done in that way. But obviously, Professor Pye, in giving his evidence to this inquiry, is perfectly entitled to address that rebuttal evidence on the part of Dr. Handsome, as I'm perfectly entitled to lead through question and answer from Professor Pye why he disagrees with various comments that Dr. Handsome makes about his own evidence. It's considered that it would be more useful and it would speed proceedings if that was simply put down in writing. The matters are quite technical, so it avoids the risk of misnoting any of the particular points. It eases your burden, sirs. I would suggest it eased my learned friend Mr. Campbell's burden and his witnesses last night, in that they got advance notice of evidence that I could have otherwise led without giving any notice. It being in the form of rebuttal, and there being no specific procedure set through the procedure notice requiring us to address rebuttal evidence in a particular way. So I would submit of assistance to the efficient running of the inquiry. It will speed up the evidence from Professor Pye. I will still get him to explain the point to be taken from the particular photographs, but it won't be necessary to spend time noting all the detail. So my motion, sirs, would be to admit that document.
Mr. Campbell, first of all, have you got any?
Yes, I do. There is no rebuttal phase in the procedure notice. Professor Handsome's evidence was lodged in time, and by mistake the photographs and graphs were put in the back of the inquiry document. As soon as this was brought to my attention, they were removed and lodged separately. And so there has never been any time at which Professor Pye, who comes late to this case in any event, has not had an opportunity to see them. Now, the rebuttal is not, the use of a rebuttal notice, if we call it that, in this way, was not envisaged in the inquiry procedure. Both, I beg your pardon, Professor Handsome's paper was lodged on time with the remainder of the not Coul inquiry papers. Because he was abroad or otherwise engaged, Professor Pye's paper came very late, and it was immediately followed by Professor Handsome's response to it. So what we have now, as it seems to me, is a second bite at the cherry. If my learned friend wants to take evidence from Professor Pye to traverse or contradict the evidence of Dr. Handsome, then she can do that in the normal way in evidence in chief. It does not help in my submission to lodge late what is a complex document setting out in some places mathematical calculations, when inquiry would be much better served if by a process of examination in chief and subsequent cross-examination these figures were elucidated this afternoon. I just do not see the merit, I'm sorry, of a document of this kind coming so late. So for reasons of lateness, which have not been, or no excuses offered for lateness, for reasons of lateness, and secondly, for reasons of apparent complexity, I suggest you should reject this document, not allow it to be lodged. Leave Ms. Wilson to do what she does best, which is examine her own witnesses in the way that she thinks appropriate. Her own witness, I'm sorry, in the way she thinks appropriate when Professor Pye gives evidence.
Do any of the other parties have a comment on this exchange?
Sir, I make a similar observation as the one made by Mr. Campbell, that no other witness to the inquiry has had the opportunity to produce what is in effect a rebuttal precognition. The other witnesses have included rebuttal points in their own precognitions. As I understand it, procedurally, Professor Pye's evidence has been late consistently. As I understand it, his inquiry report and supporting documents were late, and then his precognition was also late. So it's conceivable that any rebuttal point arising out of Mr. Hansom's documents could have been picked up at the earliest in that initial precognition that was lodged by Professor Pye, failing which certainly before the start of the inquiry. I do take my friend Ms Wilson's point that the overriding intention is to try and save inquiry time by avoiding having to note questions and answer during examination in chief. And on that basis, I take a neutral stance in relation to the motion. But I do observe at the same time that the amount of time that's being taken up in examination in chief in the applicant's witnesses is in itself extensive. And as we know, we're already well behind schedule.
So if I could just respond briefly to Mr Mackay's observations. Mr Mackay is wrong in saying that it could have been addressed in the precognition because the particular points that this additional document seeks to address are points that were raised by Mr Hanson or Dr Hanson in his own precognition. They weren't raised in his inquiry report. It's also unfair to say that Professor Pye was consistently late with his evidence. As you'll recall, there was a separate procedure agreed between Coul and the applicants in terms of this evidence. Because Professor Pye was appointed late and relatively close to the deadline, it was jointly agreed that the evidence of both of these witnesses would be lodged on a different timescale, and that was addressed. So it's somewhat unfair to suggest that Professor Pye has consistently produced evidence late, and it is done, as my line of friend Mr Mackay fairly recognises, for the purposes of assisting the inquiry. My line of friend Mr Campbell accepts that I could lead this evidence through question and answer, and therefore it's not a question of it not being admissible evidence, it's a question of what form it should come in. And in that regard, I would encourage you, sirs, to decide upon the form that will best ease your task and ensure best evidence is collected.
Okay, thank you very much. I should possibly put lunch back, put our timescale back a little bit then, since we've taken some time to discuss that. So if we can aim to start again at 13:35, and we can let you know what we think of this point. Thank you. Make a restart, please. On the question of the new material that was mentioned, raised with us before lunch, we have decided to accept this new material. Just by way of explanation, the timescales for the exchange of material from exchange of evidence by Professor Pye and Dr Hanson, albeit they were later than the other material, they were in agreement with us as reporters. What was late was the documentation which was in Dr Hanson's precognition, and moving out of the precognition didn't change that. The applicant does have the right to respond to this, so in terms of the substance, we don't see any prejudice in that sense. It strikes us that if this is complex and technical material, if there are figures in there and calculations perhaps, it will be easier for us, it will be easier for ministers to have that in writing. I hope it also means things progress quicker this afternoon. I also note it's a further week before Dr Hanson is giving evidence to us, so there is, I would hope, an opportunity for him to consider this new material, and it strikes us that it will be easier for him to do that if it's in writing rather than if it's just catching up on what takes place through the cross-examination. So we are satisfied that there would be no prejudice in accepting this material. We think it will help the inquiry and the parties involved. So I would pass you on, Ms Wilson, to your witness, but we haven't got this material yet ourselves.
No, we'll circulate that, sir, before I begin. Thank you, I'm obliged. I hope it will speed up the evidence in chief.
Sir, Professor Pye's inquiry report has a number of graphics, photographs in the back of it, in an annex. And I'm not taking any point about that being separated out from the inquiry report itself.
Yeah, that was his inquiry report, not his recognition.
So just for the record, the rule in relation to the inclusion of photographs and graphs doesn't apply to inquiry reports. It's a production in its own right.
But it's also a matter of timing, and any documents should have been in 4 weeks before the inquiry. I don't think we want to prolong this discussion just now anyway. Thank you.
So as if it's acceptable to both of you, I would propose to, in the interest of saving time, introduce Professor Pye, and rather than have him read his precognition, invite him to explain his rebuttal evidence in more detail, if that's acceptable.
Yes, thank you.
Professor Pye, for those who haven't got access to the inquiry documents, you're a director of Kenneth Pye Associates Limited and visiting professor in the Faculty of Engineering and Environment at Southampton University. And your specialism is coastal geomorphology and sedimentology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've been retained on behalf of the applicants for the purposes of addressing the evidence presented by Coul regarding issues of coastal erosion and likelihood of coastal erosion in proximity to the golf course's design.
I have.
And in that connection, you've produced an inquiry report, as we've heard, together with a number of productions that support that evidence, and you've visited the site on how many occasions?
2.
And how long have you spent on site during those visits?
Approximately half a day on the first occasion, approximately 3/4 of a day on the second.
And then, as we know from the exchanges, Dr. Hanson produced his precognition in which he took issue with some of the points that you raised in your evidence in defence of the applicant's position as stated in the environmental statement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as a consequence of that, you've produced this precognition. Can you just explain in general terms the purpose of it?
Condition now, or the rebuttal document?
The rebuttal.
The rebuttal that's to the NC-158 document, or the rebuttal that's in the precognition?
No, to the NC-158, the most recent document that you've just produced.
This refers explicitly to the 4 or 3 figures, each with subsidiary parts, that Dr. Hanson produced as document NC-158. Now, figure 1A in this document NC-158 shows beach elevation change between February 2018 and November 2018, superimposed on a digital elevation model, which is based on an aerial photographic survey undertaken on the 10th of May 2016. That elevation model was used in my own inquiry report. That's application reference 4.1. The exact times and dates of the surveys to which Dr. Hanson refers are not stated, but my understanding is that they were undertaken by Boreas Ecology, i.e. on behalf of Coul. Figure 1B in the same document shows a number of cross-sections across the digital elevation model of the beach. These are numbers 8 and 7 in the northern part of the area surveyed, and numbers 4, 3 and 2 in the southern part. Cross-sections for the central part of the elevation model are not shown. The purpose of the document was to show that, in fact, there was significant erosion and lowering of the beach between the two surveys undertaken, i.e. between February 2018 and November 2018, and that as part of that process, the mean high water springs line had moved landwards towards the dune front. This is also used to suggest that the extrapolated movement of the mean high water spring line, which I had included in my inquiry report, where I assessed the impact of future climate change, was understating the likely magnitude of change that might occur, given that significant change had already occurred during this 9-month period in 2018. I think that this information is of limited value because the changes shown are entirely within the range of natural variation to storms and post-storm recovery that you get at the present day, without consideration of climate change. It tells us very little. As part of my work for this inquiry, I've examined the occurrence of storms since records began, and particularly since 2009. And it can be seen clearly that this period is one of unusual storminess, with quite a number of severe storms in that period, particularly on the 15th of December 2012, 19th of January 2014, 27th of January 2014, and 4th of January 2016. These events, and particularly that in December 2012, caused extensive dune cliffing and beach erosion all along the coast of Caithness, Sutherland, and other parts of the Murray Firth. The effects of that storm and subsequent events have been documented, in fact, in targeted reports produced by Dr. Hanson, dealing with the beach between Golspie and Loch Fleet in particular. So we've been dealing with a fairly stormy period over the past 7 or 8 years, from which the Coul frontage, along with others in this part of the world, have not fully recovered. The recovery process is underway, and during my site visit in January 2019, this year, I estimated that recovery was taking place along approximately 75 to 80% of the frontage. There are still areas of cliffing of the frontal dunes, notably at the very far northern corner against the entrance to Loch Fleet and near the Embo end of the dune frontage. Elsewhere, embryo dunes and sand ramps have built up against the dune cliff. That is a process which has occurred despite the storms which occurred during 2018. Figure 2 in document NC-158 shows the anticipated future position of the mean high water spring tidal contour in 2050 and 2100, reproduced from my inquiry report, compared with the mean high water springs contour inferred from a survey in 2016, from the DEM, which I used and referred to in my inquiry report, and also in comparison with the RTK GPS ground surveys conducted in November 2018. This figure also shows the anticipated position of the vegetated dune edge in 2050 and 2100, based on an extension of the mean high water springs positions for 2050 and 2100 contained in my inquiry report. This is used to indicate that the seaward edge of dune vegetation might, by 2050, lie along the seaward side of the 17th and 15th greens, and by 2100 might lie well within their footprint. It should be noted, however, that these projections are based on the most extreme emissions scenario, 95th model output value, which is contained in the UK CP18 climate change assessment published in November last year. So it is the worst case scenario that is considered in that assessment. The projections also assume that no intervention measures will be taken to modify the rate of sand accretion on the upper beach or the recession of the dune front. Assessments made in my own inquiry report showed that much less retreat of both the vegetated dune edge and the mean high water springs contour would be projected using lower emissions scenarios and lower rates of sea level rise. Furthermore, the UK CP18 assessment makes projections of possible changes in wave conditions around the coast of the United Kingdom, including the Moray Firth. And they suggest that there could be a reduction in significant wave height in this area of up to 20%. If there is a significant reduction in wave activity, the risk of dune erosion during storms would be reduced, despite any increase in mean sea level. In his precognition, Dr. Hansom questioned the accuracy of the digital elevation model that I used in my inquiry report. He suggested that the accuracy was lower than I had claimed. That statement is incorrect. The stated accuracy of the survey, as given by the suppliers of the data, Get Mapping Limited, is better than 1 metre in the X and Y dimensions, and better or equal to 0.5 metres in the vertical direction. In fact, comparison of spot elevations derived from the DEM and heights given by Ordnance Survey benchmarks within the survey area has indicated differences of between 0 and approximately 0.4 metres at most locations. So the error is apparently better than that quoted by the data suppliers. Despite his reservations, Dr. Hanson went on to use my 2016 DEM in his document NC 158 and by extension in his precognition. Figure 3A in document NC 158 shows apparent beach erosion and frontal dune erosion which occurred between 2006 and 2009 close to the third green, adjacent to Blerton Burn at Many Links. Figure 3B provides ground photographs of that site, showing a length of rock revetment which had been placed apparently to protect the dune toe. The relevance of this information is highly questionable, partly because the area of dune toe erosion lies adjacent to the outside bend of a meander of the Blerton Burn, where undercutting of the dune toe has occurred. There is little relevance to open coast storm processes or to sea level in that process. Moreover, in the case of Coul links, there is no proposal by the applicant to employ rock revetment. I have provided a number of tables and figures in support of the statements made in my response to document 158. These give details of the data on which my conclusions and interpretations are based.
In relation to Table 1, this particular table relates to the largest significant wave height recorded. What did you deduce from that?
Yes. It demonstrates that there were a number of occasions when significant wave heights exceeded 5 metres during the period 2008 to 2018. The largest event occurred on the 15th of December 2012, when the significant wave height was 7.66 metres as measured at the Moray Firth Wave Rider buoy, which is about 50 kilometres out from the Coul shoreline. Wave heights would be considerably less than this close to the shore.
And I think you demonstrate that data, sorry to interrupt you,
Yes.
Piper, we can come back in
Is,
Figure
I
1.
count downwards, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seventh event.
And you've also shown it on the graph, the follows as well.
Yes.
Figure 1.
Yes, Figure 1 illustrates some of that data in graph form. And it can be seen that the highest peak equates to the 15th of December 2012, but there were also 3 fairly high peaks thereafter in 2014, 16, and the early part of 2018. Now, these conditions, certainly the event of 2012, December 2012, is rather unusual because on that occasion, the high wave conditions coincided with high water, as recorded near Inverness. So the combination of a high tidal level and large waves creates the worst possible conditions in terms of dune toe erosion. Hence, the widespread dune cliffing that was observed on that occasion. Since March 2018, there was a smaller wave event, on the 21st of November 2018. And it is my understanding that it was after that event that Boreas Ecology went out and did a further ground survey of the beach. Since that time, there have been no further significant storms, and this has allowed the upper beach to recover, wind-blown sand to be transported from the upper part of the beach to the dune toe, forming embryo dunes and sand ramps along much of the length.
Professor Pye, do you think it's a valid scientific approach to look at these to carry out measurements after a particular storm event and then reach broader conclusions?
No. There is a clear pattern of erosion, beach lowering and dune front recession during storms, which is normally followed by recovery. The length of that recovery will depend on the severity of the storm which occurred and the occurrence of smaller events in the following period. So one can't draw any conclusions from single short-term events.
And have you reviewed the references that have been produced by Dr. Hansom?
Yes.
And what conclusion do you draw as to the use that can be made of those for the purposes of reaching conclusions about the coastline going 50 years forward or 70 years, 80 years forward?
Well, Dr. Hansom refers to analysis of historical maps that was undertaken as part of the National Coastal Change Assessment, sponsored by Scottish Natural Heritage. That's a valid technique. It's one that I've used myself. One shouldn't take it too literally, particularly when looking at the positions of mean low water springs, which is subject to significant survey error and high short-term variability. But nonetheless, that data can be used to look at longer-term trends in the movement of mean high water springs and the dune edge over periods of decades to centuries. So that is a valid approach. And I've carried out a similar sort of analysis myself, and the conclusions are broadly in agreement. What it shows is that the northern half of Coul has essentially shown seaward movement of the shoreline, which we refer to as progradation, since round about 1873. There have been periods of erosion within that, but there has been net progradation in that area. Towards the south end of Coul, adjacent to the Embo frontage, there has been fluctuation and a small amount of net recession over that period. The exact amount depends exactly where you are, but it's of the order of a few metres to a few tens of metres at most at that end. So the broad conclusion from this is that by comparison with other sections of shoreline in the Moray Firth area, this shoreline has been relatively stable and indeed has shown seaward progradation along much of the northern half of the frontage. By comparison, the Golspie to Lockfleet frontage has shown net erosion, clear recession of a considerable difference on the unprotected section just north of Lockfleet. So the Coul frontage is relatively stable. Further to the south, south of Dornoch, there is a mixed picture of shoreline progradation and erosion. But the dominant trend, again, has been one of progradation along a large section of the Royal Dornoch Golf Course frontage, and particularly to the south of that, leading to the entrance to the Dornoch Firth. Dr. Hansom's own analysis has shown this, and indeed he has documented it in a targeted report published in 2011. So considering the area as a whole, there is no dominant erosional trend in this area, particularly south of Loch Fleet. There are localised patches of erosion, limited erosion, but the overall picture is one of net stability in the north and clear accretion in the south. And a similar sort of pattern is seen on the opposite side of the Dornoch Firth, where there are areas of erosion on the west-facing side and progradation on the north or northeast-facing shore. And I conclude from this that there is no shortage of sediment in this part of the environment. There is remobilisation and reworking, but so far as Coul is concerned, the changes are relatively small scale and are entirely manageable using soft management techniques, should that be considered necessary in the future.
And have you, well, I think we know from your evidence you have reviewed the proposed techniques and you're satisfied that they're appropriate from your assessment, is that correct?
Yes.
Could we turn from Dr. Hansom's evidence to Scottish Natural Heritage's evidence on the dune system? You were present when both, you were present when Mr. Rooney gave his evidence.
I was.
There was discussion with him during cross-examination as to whether there was over-stabilisation of the dune system. How would you describe it?
It is indeed over-stabilised at the present day.
And how would you describe over-stabilised?
The vast majority of the site is covered by relatively thick, dense, grassy vegetation, and in places by scrub and tree cover. There is very little bare sand, almost no mobile dunes, except along the coastal edge, where the storm erosion and recovery process is taking place.
And in terms of the geomorphological features that we see within that system, what would you predict will occur if there's no intervention?
You'll see increasing scrub encroachment and tree cover. And the interest of the dune features will continue to diminish over time.
Thank you, Professor Pye. That concludes the evidence in chief, sirs.
So I think we agreed that I'll go first.
Okay, Mr. Campbell then, thank you.
Do you mean by the interest of the dune features will diminish?
Partly in terms of the ecological interest, in fact principally ecological interest here, because the geomorphological interest is not of great importance. There are no dynamic dune features in existence at the present time. But there are areas of specialised dune vegetation which I think would become under increasing threat over time. These include dune heath, dune slack communities, and some of the sort of dune specialist grass-type species that you get close to the coast.
And they come under threat, do they, because of the actions of waves on shore, to use layman's language?
The interior part of the dune field would not. It's the coastal edge which is threatened by waves.
The interior part's not likely to come under pressure, is it?
Not to any significant extent, no.
That was just your last answer to Miss Wilson. You said the interest of the dune feature will diminish in time or diminish over time. I just want to understand what you mean. You've told me, if I could just finish, You've told me that you're talking about vegetation. I assume, but please tell me if I'm wrong, you're talking about vegetation on the ridge of the dune.
I'm talking about the vegetation across the dune field as a whole here.
So the fore-dune, the ridge, the back dune, and the dune slacks.
And the areas of high dune behind, which are largely or partly heath covered.
Yeah. And those will come under pressure because of wave action on shore.
Not significantly, no. Only the frontal dune ridge would come under pressure from wave action. The main threat to the inland dunes is from scrub and tree invasion, bracken, gorse, all of those sorts of things.
So they won't come under pressure because of any, for want of a better phrase, action from the sea. They come under pressure
not significantly so. No.
For ecological reasons.
Yes.
Right. Could you turn then in your, sorry, which document are we in here? In your inquiry report to chapter 9, which begins at page 20. I'm so sorry. Chapter 8, just at the tail end of it, the top of page 20. Have we got that?
Yes.
Yeah. These are two paragraphs, 8.5 and 8.6. And I think here you are describing two scenarios from the RCP. We're using RCP calculations. Tell us what RCP means, please.
Well, these are modelling emissions scenarios used in the climate programme assessment carried out by the Hadley Centre, which is part of the Met Office.
Right. What does RCP stand for?
It's, I think it's, I have to check exactly what the acronym does stand for, but I think it's climate projection, but the R part I'd have to check.
Right. You're not sure then today? I just want to look at your language here. Is the first line correct? Limited bet dune edge recession. Is it bet? Should that come out?
Typographical error there.
Is there another word, or should that just come out?
It should just come out. It should just be limited dune edge recession.
Yeah. Limited dune edge recession of up to 6 meters is projected, but change of this magnitude would not affect the proposed green areas. So which part of the dune are we talking about there? Dune edge, are we talking about the toe on the shoreward side, on the seaward side, or are we talking about something else?
The seaward edge of the dune, the seaward face. Yeah.
At beach level or at high level?
Well, all of it. I mean, we refer to the toe normally as the boundary between the beach, the upper beach, and the base of the dune.
Yes.
And it may or may not coincide with the edge of vegetation.
Right. And the edge then is the seaward slope of the dune? Is it?
The edge. Sorry, could you just repeat
It's
that?
just about terminology, Professor Pye. What are we to understand by
dune edge? Dune edge is most commonly referred to as the edge of vegetation. Now, it can refer to the top of a cliff, if there a cliff exists, but it can also be used as the edge of a slope where there is no cliff. Right. But it's usually the limit of the vegetated sand dune.
Well, I rather thought that I had detected that it was used in a number of senses, so I'm right at least to that extent. Yeah. How is it used here?
Dune edge is referring here, in a sense, to the edge of vegetation. That's the prime definition of dunes in this sense, although one can have unvegetated dunes. But because we've been mapping the dune edge from aerial photographs, we're really limited to the extent of vegetation in this particular case.
Okay. Now the question was, how is it used here?
It is the edge of vegetation.
And do we know, or can we tell from this passage in 8.5, whether that vegetation edge is on with the downward seaward slope, the downslope towards the sea, or on the ridge, or on the back of the slope?
You can't tell from that particular paragraph where it lies on the seaward side. It does not lie on the back slope of the dune.
Well, you need to educate me, Professor Pye, because I just asked the questions. I don't know the answer Now, the RCP 4.5 50% scenario, I think, is, sorry, am I right in thinking that it is a generic calculation made from the accumulation of data across the UK?
It's a model scenario. It's an emissions scenario. It's an assumption used in the modelling, effectively.
So it's a scenario drawn from modelling,
Yes.
not from empirical data.
No.
And in the event that that event takes place, we can see that, I think it's your opinion, but again, correct me if I'm wrong, the proposed backward tees for the 18th and 16th, which are the most seaward elements of the golf course, would see increased risk of storm erosion.
Yes, the risk would increase.
Are you in a position to compute that risk, perhaps as a percentage chance, or a 1 out of 10, or 2 out of 10, or what?
One can't make that kind of statistical calculation.
You
There's
can't.
no basis for
All right. Is it possible to use your informed judgment as an expert to make a calculation?
The likelihood, in terms of the likelihood of that occurring, one could express a professional opinion. And my own opinion is that it's relatively low. It's less likely than more likely that one would see, A, that kind of emissions scenario actually occurring at that time, but B, seeing a recession of up to 6 metres. I think that is less likely than more likely, particularly if management of the frontal dune and the upper beach is undertaken. It's a manageable risk.
We'll come to the management, if you don't mind, in a minute. The 4.5 scenario, then, is a low emission scenario, is it?
It's a medium emission. There is a further scenario in the UK CP work, RCP 2.8, which is, you could describe as low emission. So what I've considered here are the worst case scenario and what you might take as the middle situation, the medium emissions 50th percentile scenario.
I'll come to the second paragraph in a minute, if I may. I want really to understand your language, because for those of us who are not geomorphologists, it's a little difficult. You say would see increased risk of storm erosion. You say that's less likely than more likely. And then you say, but would lie within the zone of possible post-storm recovery. Now, what you have postulated here is dune edge recession of up to 6 meters under this low emission scenario. So dune edge recession sounds to me, as a layman, like the collapse of sand along the edge of the dune. Is that right?
No, it wouldn't occur in a single event like that. This is looking at the sort of the long-term cumulative impact of the wave regime increase superimposed on a mean sea level, which has gone up by figures which are given elsewhere in the report here. So assuming nothing is done, assuming there's no change in wave activity, assuming there's no sort of a longshore movement of sediment along the beach, then one might project dune recession of about 6 meters.
Yes. And obviously not overnight or over a weekend or anything like that.
No.
But over time.
It's over a period of time. Yeah.
So we should know what that period of time is likely to be, should we?
Well, this is taking the figure of, I think it's 2050 that this is referring to. So we're talking about a long-term 30-year
We're talking about a 20 to 30-year period. All right.
And it's a net change. As I say, you get the oscillation back and forth, almost of up to 6 meters, certainly not in the dune toe, but certainly mean high water springs, changes by that sort of order of magnitude today without sea level rise.
You see, the reason I'm confused is not, I don't think, because I'm stupid, but because the last line talks about post-storm recovery, which suggests a short-term event. A storm might be a day or two or a weekend or perhaps even a few days longer, but not a sustained event over years. So can you explain to the reporters, please, what you mean by post-storm recovery?
Yes. Well, if one saw recession of the dune edge by 8 meters, one could advance the dune front by 6 meters by taking appropriate action.
I know that. But
And
what is
also,
meant by post-storm recovery?
Also, the same sort of change could occur naturally if the beach gains sediment, either from offshore, where it's been eroded to, or from alongshore. It'd be quite possible to get that degree of progradation of the dune toe due to natural processes, even without intervention.
So that's what you mean by post-storm recovery.
Post-storm recovery. Natural storm post-recovery, I should say there. Yeah.
Looking at the second scenario, RCP 8.5 scenario, about 13 metres of mean high water springs and dune toe recession could occur along the golf course frontage by 2050. That's a 30-year period, roughly, with up to 40 metres of MHWS and dune recession by 2100. That's just under 100 years, increasing the risk that erosion would impact significantly on the 16th and 18th. And you then say with 40 metres, 15th and 17th greens would escape erosion, would place increased risk. So that's a function of the distance back from the dune edge that the greens are situated.
Yes. Essentially, the whole upper beach frontal dune system could, under that scenario, which is an extreme one, move back by that sort of distance.
Now, in Chapter 9 of the same document, at 9.2, there is a series of bullet point, what I might call preventive measures. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, are these all devised and written here as a result of any kind of engineering evidence, or from your own experience, or out of a textbook, or how is it done?
I've been working on sand dunes for the best part of 40 years. I've worked on them all around the UK and overseas. I've carried out practical dune restoration works in a number of locations. I've used many of these techniques myself. But there are also published manuals which describe these techniques. There are several of them, but a useful one was produced by SNH, published in 2000, which is referred to in the documents here.
Now, each of these, let's call them bullet points, or measures, requires an intervention on the beach, doesn't it? I'd just like to take them one at a time, if I may, so that I understand them better. Reprofiling of eroded dune cliffs to a less steep angle after storms. I've understood you to say earlier that one of the effects of a storm can be to cause the front dune to cliff to become more vertical. And what I think you mean here is to level out that cliff to some extent, reprofile it, make it more of an acute angle.
Gentler and less acute angle. Yes.
And that's done by machinery, is it?
Usually, although it would take a long time by hand, but you could do it.
Well, yes. Well, I just want to know. And is it usually done right along the length of the beach?
It wouldn't be done normally along the whole beach. It's often done in areas where you've got high dune cliffs for safety reasons. There's a risk of collapse.
Yeah. And then you talk about the re-establishment of vegetation, and I take it that that is a process that could be helped along by for want of a better word, the planting, or, forgive me, Mr. Taylor, the translocation of some vegetation.
Yes, it allows the planting of translocate. It would allow the planting of translocated vegetation on the dune front.
The second one, relocation of collapsed turf blocks to facilitate recovery and growth of a new embryo dune line. That sounds as if it involves placing turf blocks on the dune ridge. Is that correct?
Not on the dune ridge. These are turf blocks which have collapsed. Where the dune has been undercut by the waves, blocks of turf fall onto the beach.
Yes.
Often they are upside down when they land.
Mm-hmm.
By repositioning them, both turning them over and placing them along the dune front, you can encourage the regrowth of vegetation.
Repositioning them along the dune front?
Yes, in front of the dune cliff, if there is one.
Yes.
Yeah.
In front of the cliff or on the reprofiled slope?
Well, either.
And that would be turf in juxtaposition to bare sand.
Yes.
Number 3, planting of lime grass or marram grass on the upper beach above mean high water springs and the dune face. And that, I take it, is to hold the sands to some extent.
Yes. So you would have natural accumulation of wind-blown sand during the post-storm recovery process.
Yep.
You can aid the trapping of that sand, fixing it by planting lime grass is the best one to use.
Number 4, installation of paling or wooden fencing at low points in the dune to prevent wind funneling. Explain that for me, please.
Well, where you've had erosion of the cliff, if you have a dune cliff, it may expose low points on the back slope of the dune, through which the wind is then funneled. That may cause scouring and deepening unless something is done to stop it. So fencing can help to break the force of the wind and also trap sand at that location.
So should we imagine then a paling fence essentially along the top ridge of the dune?
Not along the whole ridge. It would be at low points where you had the risk of, say, a blowout developing.
And that would tend to impede, wouldn't it, access from either onshore to the beach or from the beach onshore?
Not particularly, as I say. It depends on how many of these locations there are.
But it's not typically the sort of fence people can climb over, is it?
No, I mean, in fact, it would partly to discourage people from going down that route.
Placing a mulch on the surface of larger bare areas, I understand that. Signposting for visitors, I understand that. Raising and or widening of parts of the upper beach by moving sand from alongshore areas of beach sand excess. Now, tell me what you intend us to take from that.
Right, this is a process known as sediment cycling or recycling. And there are areas today at Coul towards the northern end where there is an excess of sediment on the beach. There is a very wide area between the front of the dune and the mean high water spring line. And there are, in fact, embryo dunes developing there today. One could take sand from that area of excess and move it along the beach to areas where the beach is narrow or low.
So nature has caused, in inverted commas, excess sediment, close inverted commas, to build up.
Yes.
We end up, don't we, with a dune which is essentially, the shape of which is essentially devised by man.
Modified by man, certainly.
Okay. Modified by man, I'm happy with that. And the last one, periodic and sand excavation across the upper beach to keep the outlet of Clunburn away from the 16th tee and nearby dune face. Excavation from the Solum of the Burn, or where?
Well, across the upper beach. The position of the outlet of that stream has varied over time. It swings around from one side to the other. In 2015, the outlet channel lay right against the base of a parabolic dune with a bare sand face to it. At the present time, it's on the opposite side, away from that location. Ideally, if you want to prevent or to limit the undercutting of that potentially unstable dune, you would keep the stream away. Now, you can do it simply by digging a trench across the beach when needed, or you could use a flow deflection structure, just basically some wooden boards to keep it deflected away.
The conservation effort for the edge, the seaward edge of the golf course, is going to have to be continuous and monitored and long-term. Is that correct?
Yes. Monitoring is essential on this in order to inform whatever management options are employed. Yeah, and it should be long-term.
Now, it's sometimes easy to forget that this is a planning inquiry and not a seminar in geomorphological processes. In order for that to happen and for society to be certain that it will happen, that type of activity has to be conditioned, doesn't it?
It frequently is.
Is it, in your experience, conditioned or more properly put in the form of a manual or perhaps a plan, we would call it, or a manual, so that the operator and perhaps subsequent operators know what they have to do?
Yes, it's always useful to have a beach management plan, or beach and dune management plan here in this case.
Okay. And I think you conclude, don't you, at 10, that measures of that kind are really essential for the long-term conservation of the beach.
Yes, absolutely essential.
Now, if I might pick up with you one or two points of detail, please. I don't wish to explore the merits of your own views on climate change or wave height or technical data of that kind. The mapping exercise was carried out as a result of photography from an aircraft, and a question has arisen about the reliability or the tolerance we should look for in the z-axis, the vertical axis. It's suggested to me that 1.5 meters plus or minus is what we are actually seeing in the material.
That isn't correct. With this particular product that gets mapping limited supply, the stated accuracy is 0.5 meters in the vertical. That is the stated accuracy of it. But I mentioned earlier that comparison with Northern Survey benchmark elevation suggests it's better than that in reality.
Well, let's suppose it is better than that. How does that actually work from aerial photography? How are you able to gauge the z-axis from essentially looking down on the subject?
Well, it's done by a process called photogrammetry. Essentially, you take overlapping photographs to construct a vertical model. It's like looking at a stereoscope, effectively. You can get elevation from two-dimensional images if you have sufficient overlap to do so.
This is quite important in this case, isn't it? Because in NC-158 at 1B, a series of vertical profiles are shown, and a half meter one way or the other would make a difference to the conclusions we would draw from that data. Is that right?
Plus or minus half a meter.
Well, I'm just exploring it with you.
Yeah.
You agree it's quite important that we look at this?
It's certainly important to know what the error is, yes. Yeah. And this isn't the ideal way of getting height information. But
what is the ideal way?
Well, LiDAR would be better.
Yes.
It's airborne LiDAR rather than terrestrial, because we're looking at a broad area. But there are no available LiDAR surveys of this area.
What is your opinion of RPS? What is it? RPSG? RGK GPS.
RTK GPS, yeah. That's a very useful technique for ground surveys.
Yes.
And in fact, one should always carry that out as a cross-check on the heights determined from any aerial survey.
And what level of confidence would you have in that?
In the vertical, typically it's of the order of 5 centimetres, typically.
So very accurate.
But it depends on the strength of the RTK signal and so forth. But it's of the order of a few centimetres.
So very accurate.
Yes, comparably so, yeah.
And certainly more accurate than aerial photography.
Yes.
Sure. Did you have any ground control points for your own model?
Well, it isn't my own model. It's one we bought commercially. It was produced by Get Mapping, and you can buy it online.
Indeed. And are there ground control points for it?
They would have had some points, some information about it to sort of, yes, assist their post-processing. I don't know what that was. We have conducted our own comparison with Ordnance Survey benchmarks, the information of which is also online. You can download that, make a comparison.
Question of confidence in the model, Professor Pye, and whether or not we should be worried about a half meter here or a half meter there. But in the context of photograph 1B, or figure 1B rather, in NC-158, we've agreed, I think, that these small variations can be very important.
They are if you're making estimates of sediment volume, for example. 40 centimetres could be significant.
Yeah. You're quite dismissive in your early part of your evidence today about extrapolating from the data we have over quite a sustained period, 2010 onwards, I think. Do you really say that that's not, that 8 years, 9 years is not significant enough to allow us to draw conclusions?
Well, that information has to be viewed in the longer-term context that we get from the study of historical maps. And we can see there, for example, that since 1873, the dune edge, if you like, or certainly not the mean high water spring, has never been landward of its position anywhere near the 17th green, for example. It's always been on the seaward side of that. Now, that's useful historical information. We know that since 1873, both the dune edge and the mean high water spring line have moved back and forth. Most recently, near the 17th, it's actually gone seaward slightly.
One of the things that might influence that in the current era is the installation of sea defences at Gulspie. Can you explain to the reporters, please, how the installation of sea defences at Gulspie might affect the behaviour of sediment as it comes down the coast towards Coul and then on to Embo and Dornoch?
Well, certainly, sea defences, hard defences, as installed along the parts of the Gulspie frontage, stop erosion taking place, therefore stop the release of sediment into the near-shore zone. They can also cause scouring of the beach in front due to wave reflection off them, so that, in a sense, more sediment is released in the short term from the beach, which is being eroded, but it won't be sustained. Once that beach is gone, that's the end of it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it's probably my fault. It wasn't a very good question, but what's happened to that sediment from Gulspie as, or in relation to Coul Beach, Coul?
Well, the predominant direction of transport is towards the southwest, i.e. towards the entrance of Loch Fleet.
Yeah.
Some of it goes around the corner and into Loch Fleet. A proportion probably crosses the ebb tidal delta of Loch Fleet to the other side, to the Coul side. Yeah.
And we'll see it coming ashore then, if, for want of a better phrase again, coming ashore on the Coul Links beach.
Undoubtedly, some sand has come from that section of the shore.
And have you inquired as to why defences were needed at Gulspie?
Well, plainly, the shore was eroding, threatening parts of the coast, some of the infrastructure behind.
So I'm a layman, and I see that happening in Gulspie, and I see the consequences of the sediment, but might the same thing not happen at Coul Links?
In the sense that one might get erosion, or that one might put defences in. Well, there is periodic erosion at the present time, but the Coul side of the ebb tidal delta has a massive amount of sediment in it. It's larger than the sediment accumulation on the north side, on the Gulspie side.
I understand that. It's not part of the plan at Coul to use coastal defences, is it?
No, absolutely not. And certainly there would be no need at all on the northern, or any of the frontage. The northern frontage has a sediment budget surplus. It's gaining sediment from the ebb tidal delta. And that ebb tidal delta gives stability to the northern end of Coul. It's going to be very difficult to reverse that position any time in the next 100 years because of the volume of sediments available.
So will it take an exceptional storm event to displace that and, as you put it, reverse it, or will it take a combination of exceptional storm events and sea level rises?
It would take more than that. You'd have to change the entire sediment transport system at the mouth of Loch Fleet, the way sediment circulates there.
Thank you. I understand that. Thank you. How much of what might happen to the frontal edge of the golf course can be confidently predicted, and how much is simply informed, I don't use this word pejoratively, informed speculation?
I don't use the word predicted, nor do the UK climate change programme. They project what might happen under different scenarios. So it depends on what scenario ultimately unfolds as to whether or not any of the projections actually approach reality.
Well, we know climate change is happening. We know it's likely to go on happening. The rate at which it's likely to go on happening is not known.
Yes, no, I'd agree. That is true.
why would you design a golf course near the cliff edge?
Those are questions you can ask the applicant, but in a sense it's not very near the cliff edge. There are one or two elements of the golf course infrastructure which are within a few tens of metres of the cliff edge as it stands at the moment, or from the dune edge, let's say, the vegetation edge, because it's not all cliffed.
Yeah. And ultimately, of course, if there is erosion of the cliff, then elements of the golf course will have to be moved.
Under extreme circumstances, that would be an option.
Such as erosion of the cliff and collapse of the golf course components.
Before getting to that situation, you would have carried out what's called an adaptive management program. Through your monitoring, you would have identified potentially adverse trends in the level of the beach and the position of the dune toe or the dune edge. And through your program of adaptive management, you would introduce a series of those measures which we described earlier on, from planting of vegetation to importing of sand and so forth. It would be in extremis, if those measures failed, that you might consider relocation of some of the most at-risk assets.
What we can agree about, I'm sure, is the absolute paramount importance of a systematic method of monitoring, management, in inverted commas, interference, when the beach is not doing what we expect, so as to conserve the golf course elements over a long period. That be right?
Yes.
I wonder, sorry, Mr. Campbell, to interrupt. I wonder if I could just maybe ask the question at this point, Professor Pye. So, heard the scenario of building some of the infrastructure within a few tens of metres of the vegetation edge, and that one means of ensuring that there's no need to move them would be to have this system of monitoring and possibly soft management measures to stop that happening. So, and would you say it was best practice to site elements of the golf course infrastructure so close to the edge that one would need to have such a system of management in the first place? I'm sorry, the question was whether would Professor Pye, does he have an opinion on whether it's good practice to place elements of the golf course close enough to the beach that there is the need to contemplate having this system in place of monitoring and possibly soft management measures in order to protect the course?
Well, it's best practice to undertake a risk assessment of the likelihood of any infrastructure being impacted by storm events, whether it be a single storm or several. And clearly, if anything is located in an area of risk, one has to be prepared to adapt to that risk, and that could include relocation. So it would not be good practice to put immovable infrastructure in such a zone. It would be, I wouldn't say best practice, but entirely acceptable to place infrastructure which could be moved in those locations with little or no effort, effectively.
So by infrastructure here, you're talking about what, tees, greens?
Tees. I mean, we're talking about tees and greens. And the closest elements of infrastructure will be some of the tees. They're the closest to the dune edge in this case. They're relatively small, relatively simple. It wouldn't be difficult to just move them landwards.
But given that those would be the most possibly scenic parts of the course, the point at which the golfer would be getting the full experience of Coul links and its environment, do you think that's a likely thing to occur?
Not unless it proved that it was necessary, I would suggest. I mean, there is no negative impact of the golf infrastructure itself on the dune cliff. It's not going to make any difference at all in terms of the processes occurring. So it would be acceptable to place limited infrastructure in that position, giving the benefits of the views. As I say, with the proviso that that could be changed. If the dune edge or cliff top rolls back, that infrastructure must also be able to roll back.
I suppose what I'm concerned about is if that was a very important element of the golf course's offer, as it were,
Yes.
Which might be on the brochure, encouraging people to come long distances to play golf there.
Indeed.
Is there
Yeah.
any concern on your part that there might be a move at that point to put in more substantial engineering measures to leave the holes or the tees where they were designed to be?
My understanding is that the applicant is fully aware of this issue and is quite prepared to move that infrastructure back. He is not considering employing rock armour at any stage, partly because of the realisation that it is the naturalness of the frontage there which is important. That's part of the appeal of this site from a golfing perspective as any other. And to introduce rock armour to it would reduce that.
Yes, it's only natural, isn't it, because it's the closest to the sea. Yeah. Has any part of your consideration looked at the extent to which any of the dune habitats, which might have to be interfered with in the processes you've outlined, any part of the dune habitats would have to be, as it were, excavated and interfered with?
There'd be a limited amount of levelling of the ground and limited excavation needed, clearly. Yeah.
I mean, you're not a lawyer and you're not clearly not a politician, and I'm sure you understand about landscape designations and so on. Has any part of your consideration looked at the effect of those designations?
In terms of the conservation designations, but they're not in terms of landscape. You know,
Sorry, my fault.
Yeah.
Conservation designations.
Right. Conservation designations, yes.
So you have thought about those as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't see those in your inquiry report and recognition.
There's reference to them in the inquiry report, not in the recognition.
Well, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. But
There are a series of maps at the back of the report that show the extent of all of the designations.
Yes, indeed, but those are just maps showing what we know already, the boundaries, very helpful maps, but the boundaries of the various designations.
Yes. Well, it's important to take it into account and also the feature interests of those designations. But in terms of the geomorphology, you were asking about changes to the land surface, the landform, as opposed to habitats. Coul Links is not designated for its landform interest. It is not, for example, a geological conservation review site like Morwick Moor is on the other side of Dornoch.
I think I know that. Thank you very much. When you reprofile a dune, say there's a storm event and you have cliffing and you want to make a slope to help the plants, as you've described earlier on, does that make the dune more vulnerable in a way to further storm events?
No, I wouldn't say it does. I think it increases the resilience because having the presence of a sand ramp, which is what you've created, encourages the growth of vegetation, either regrowth of fallen turf blocks or the establishment of new.
Just because the surface is easier because it's sloping rather than vertical?
Yes, and it's above the level of the waves. It's not going to be washed away.
It's a matter of geometry. Yeah. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Much obliged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Mackay, do you have questions for Professor Pye?
Hopefully briefly, sir. It might be useful if you have your precognition before you, please. Professor Pye, and also, in case you need it, Mr. Rooney's inquiry report.
I beg your pardon, whose inquiry report?
Mr. Rooney's inquiry report.
Rooney.
Now, you were asked to comment on Mr Rooney's evidence in your examination chief, but you didn't respond to the point which I think Mr Rooney was trying to explain in his evidence, which I think you were present for. You were present for his evidence, weren't you?
Yes.
And you remember the point he was making by reference to 4.1 of your precognition and what Mr Rooney thought was the point you were taking against him, and his response to that, which was essentially that he agreed with you that in the fell plantation area it wouldn't be sensible to try and create sustainable mobile dunes, but he was making a different point in relation to the mobility of the ecology. Do you recall that point?
Yes, I do.
And do you accept Mr Rooney's explanation of his point?
Yes, I do. It's an important distinction, ecological dynamism and physical topographic dynamism.
And in that regard, and as far as the fell plantation area is concerned, when Mr Taylor gave evidence today, he explained that if one left the possibility of translocation in that area to one side, but still carried out the scraping away technique, that would help to reinstate dynamism. Is that something you agree with also?
Well, it would restart the successional process,
yes,
but it would not be self-sustaining. It would come to an end again within a fairly short period of time. The ideal is to create self-sustaining ecological dynamism, and the way you do that is by having topographic, physical dynamism.
So, can you talk us through, please, then, what you would expect to happen if there were to be scraping away of the upper level of organic material back to bare sand without the imposition of translocation? As I understand it, there may, in initial phases, be marram communities take root. Is that fair initially?
There could probably be some marram, but it would be a mixture, I would suggest. There'd be a lot of sort of weed-type vegetation in the short term, potentially, but there'd be a succession. These would be short-lived. It would change over time. There will be excess nutrients in that area, even if you take off the brash and the stumps. So you won't automatically go back to a nice, pristine dune vegetation in any short term anyway.
Right, so let's just take that one step at a time, please. So you're saying that even if you take down to 50 centimetres in depth, the likelihood is that you're not removing the nutrients?
Well, 50 centimetres in depth, that's slightly different. You're taking a large volume of sand off as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that's the point Mr Taylor was trying to explain. That
yes.
If you leave aside the question of imposing translocated dune heath and just look at the technique of removing the upper layer of organic material, bringing it back to bare sand, essentially, and encouraging natural processes.
Yes.
And if you explain then what you would anticipate would happen.
Well, there could
first stage,
there could well be, you say, the early stages of vegetation succession, including marram. But it also offers an opportunity to maintain some of those areas as bare sand. I mean, you needn't, there's a range of options that one could employ.
Right, and is that something that could be done by way of a management agreement, for example?
Is it something that could be done?
By way of a management agreement?
Oh, it could certainly be done by a management agreement. But I would suggest there are better areas within this site than that one for creating bare sand and juvenile habitats. That I wouldn't do it there.
All right.
I'll do it elsewhere.
Do you have experience at Ainsdale Sand Dunes National Nature Reserve of carrying out a similar process?
I do.
Now, when you say there are better areas within the site, is it fair to acknowledge that there are already patches of bare sand within the white site?
There are small patches of bare sand there, around rabbit burrows, foxholes, deer tracks, etc. Areas of disturbance. There are small pockets, but they're not self-sustaining, other than due to the presence of wildlife. What one would want to do is to create some wider, larger areas which create, for example, south-facing sand cliffs, suitable for sand bees, mining wasps, things of that sort, mining bees and sand, that kind of invertebrate.
Just 2 points then. First of all, I take it then that, albeit that, as Mr Rooney accepted and agreed, this is a mature dune area, but it's not static, I think is the distinction he was trying to make. Do you agree with him in that?
It's static at the moment, pretty much, except that there is a certain succession taking place. But there is nothing disturbing the surface. It's not ongoing. The process is not dynamic in that sense. There's no wind scour taking place. They're not likely to be either, the way it is at present.
Can you indicate where the patches of bare sand are at present?
very small scale. You probably won't see them on a map of that size scale. You can only see them by field walkover survey.
Let's have a look at CD 1.147, please. It's a large-scale plan, so it might be helpful. It's the large-scale plan, CD 1.149. It's the habitat translocation plan. 147, beg your pardon. The habitat translocation plan showing the whole route. Just looking for a copy of the plan. So have you seen this plan before at this scale?
Not at this scale.
I hope simple point, Professor Pye, but if we look to the northwest of the site around holes 2, 3 and 4, do we see, for example, between the blue areas, which are the areas of heath to be translocated,
Yes.
according to the translocation plan, do you see light, very light areas?
Yes, I do.
Beside D9 and D8? And are those bare sand areas?
They certainly look to be, yes.
Yeah. It might need to be confirmed on site, but do we see that in and around that area there are a number of also light shaded areas which on closer inspection may prove to be bare sand also?
They could be bare sand, but they could be something else. Yeah. Certainly the lightest coloured areas probably are bare sand.
Right, thank you. Now, a different point, please. You mentioned, I think twice in your evidence, that there may be a need for beach feeding, taking, as I understood it, sand from the beach area and using it for purposes on the golf course. Do you know, is it indicated either in your evidence or elsewhere within the applicant's evidence where that sand would be taken from?
There has been no investigation of possible sources hitherto.
And any idea of the volumes that might be required?
Again, no assessment has been made of that.
And were you envisaging, I picked you up as indicating that that might be within the SSI. Is that correct or not?
It could be outside or inside, depending on consenting processes.
So at this stage, you don't know whether there would be an aspiration to use sand within the SSI, and if so, to what extent?
It would not be necessary to use sand from within the SSI. There are alternative sources elsewhere, including within the dune field, but outside the SSI, within the area under the applicant's influence.
Also, I think I may have picked you up saying that insofar as the infrastructure that might be at threat in the sort of extreme conditions and forecasts that Coul have been putting to you, that infrastructure was predominantly tees and greens. Was that your evidence?
Yes.
Is the 17th fairway also close to the edge of the dune? Look, please, again at this.
It is. That is running parallel with the dune top. Yeah.
Yes. It's not just the tees and greens, and it's the whole of the 17th fairway.
In that case, the eastern side of the fairway is quite close.
And if there was a need to, following soft measures, actually consider rerouting of that hole, are you aware that there are dune slacks in the vicinity?
Yes.
So factor that would have to be taken into if that proved to be necessary.
Yes, any redesign would have to take into account slacks. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Those are the questions I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mackay. We need to, I think, just work out what questions we have for you, Professor Pye. So perhaps if we can take a 10-minute break and then we can pick up again. So that would be 3:05. Thank you. Professor Pye, the first one is just for clarification in your recognition at paragraph 2.3. And in the on the fifth line down, you say around the proposed 17th green, mean high water springs has shown little net change, and the dune edge has moved seaward slightly. And then you say between the proposed 17th green and the Coul and Burn, and you describe that there. That second reference, that should be the 15th green, is that correct?
Sorry, that is the 17th and Coul and Burn. So south of the 17th towards the Burn entrance. Yeah.
Right, I see. So that's that whole long stretch from the 17th green down the 17th fairway towards the Coul and Burn.
Yes.
If we can have a quick look at 6.5 of your inquiry report. Yeah, I'm just. We have the more recent material from you, and we haven't had the benefit of studying that closely. So apologies if this question's been overtaken by that. So, but if I compare what you've been saying, what you say there, and in comparison to Dr. Hansom's description of what's going on, I think the characterisation, if I understand it, is again in the north and the loss in the south, and I think it was your evidence, it might have been Dr. Hansom's, there was this idea of EMBO and possibly the coastal defence works there having being, if you like, a break point, and so sediment is coming onshore and being deflected north, if you like, along the from EMBO and north along the beach towards Loch Fleet. Is that broadly speaking, is that what we're looking at?
Yes, sediment movement on that section north of EMBO is two-directional, depending on the wave direction at any given time. But I've suggested there may be what we call a sediment divide near EMBO, so that some goes north, some goes south. Okay,
and I noted what you'd said also about, in addition to that, material coming from Galsby and across Loch Fleet. But in the initial at EMBO, if the sediment's being refreshed from offshore all the time, why would there also be retreat at the southern part of the site if there was always refreshment coming from offshore?
Yes. The EMBO frontage itself has shown very little change at all over the last 150 years because you have there rock outcrops on the beach, and above it you have Holocene raised marine deposits which are relatively resistant. So that area is fixed, It's what we call a hard point. It now has rock armour in front of it as well. And there is an interaction between waves approaching the end of the rock armour and the southernmost part of the beach. It's a well-known phenomenon that you tend to get accelerated wave action around the end of the rock armour or the hard frontage. That, combined with the relatively heavy visitor pressure next to Embo, means that the dunes never recover from storms. The beach levels are relatively low, and the beach water table, in fact, it often outcrops on the foreshore there, so the sand is wet, further reducing the possibility of windblown sand and dune building. So it's a combination of factors.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask a couple of questions about sea level changes and the evidence we have about that now. I'm slightly hesitating to ask you about the lunar nodal tidal cycle, but you did mention it, and I'm not sure I understand it, so I feel I ought to ask what that is, but more importantly perhaps the point you were making is that the results presented by Dr. Hansen were all within that same cycle, and therefore you couldn't take account of that, the influence of that on his results. So I just wondered if you could explain that a little bit or point to where I could read to get an explanation.
Okay. Well, in short, tidal levels are not fixed in time, quite apart from sea level rise. There is a variation on an 18.6-year time scale, which reflects the varying distance between the moon and the Earth, effectively. And that causes the tides to change. And there are maxima and minima spaced 9.3 years apart, effectively. So at the peak of the nodal cycle, as it's known, tides will be several centimetres higher than they are during the low point of the cycle. So although we talk about mean high water springs, that level actually shows variation on an 18.6-year timescale.
And might that be a significant factor, and which way would it point in terms of these results?
It has a minor effect. The changes are relatively small scale. More important are the variations in wave conditions that affect the beach, rather than the still water levels, which are governed by the tides.
Okay, thank you. And just another question on these relating to the measurements of sea level changes which are recorded. And I'm going to just going to use the Aberdeen ones as an example. So if we could perhaps have in fact it's in your inquiry report, 7.1 to 7.2 of your inquiry report covers this ground, I think. So take time to make sure I'm getting this right if you want, but my reading of it, I think the context is that you were saying that we have to be careful about taking trends or too much from some of this data given the timescales that we're talking about. But if I understood it from a mixture of what you have here and what Dr. Hansen had in his evidence, in Aberdeen, if we take the long period, which was 1862 to 2017, there was an average rise of 0.6 millimetres per year. And if we take a much shorter period, simply from 1981 to 2014, then the average rise was 2 millimetres per year, if I've read that right. But then shorter again, Aberdeen 1992 to 2007 shows an average rise of 6.3 millimetres per year. So I guess my question was, accepting the health warning you placed in that about margins of error and timescales, on the face of it, that would seem to indicate an accelerating rate of sea level rise.
That appears to be the case over the last 20 or 30 years.
Right, and thank you. So the final question I had was really related to the discussions or the questions that Mr. Campbell was asking about soft management measures that might be proposed. And I don't know if you still have the translocation plan, the drawing easily to hand. It probably doesn't matter which one of these drawings that you have. Where I'm looking is in the southeast part of the site, near the 15th green, just for example. So, what's in your evidence and what you were being asked about was things like the placing of fencing, the movement of sand, and these other soft engineering measures. But would these typically take place on the beach, or looking at this drawing east of the blue line?
Right. There isn't a blue line on this particular one, but
So the translocation plan that Professor Pye had, I think, has been put away. I'll lend him this one, and then he can follow your questions.
Yeah, sorry. So that's the So there's the blue line there, which I think in this plan is the application site. So I'm just trying to establish whether the kind of management measures we're talking about would typically take place mostly or wholly in the beach area to the east, to the seaward side of that blue line.
yes, they would be above the level of mean high water springs, so above normal wave run-up actually level, to the beginning of the steepest parts of the dune face. So east of the 15th green there is a large dune which people climb up and down on it and so forth. That would need some measures extending up towards the crest of that particular dune. But along most of the frontage it would be lower down, just in front of the dune cliff where there's a cliff, but above the level of normal spring tides.
So would that mostly be to the right of that blue line?
It's to the right of this blue line as shown on here, yeah. But not very far. A couple of millimetres at most.
I mean, the reason I'm interested in this, and this is where it might not be something you could help me with, but the questions that arise are, could one control this kind of thing through planning conditions if they're out with the site, and would these be the type of engineering operations perhaps that would need a separate consenting regime? That's just what I'm interested in, but I don't know whether it's something that you're able to comment on at all.
Yes. Well, normally one wouldn't go down below mean high water springs because that's in the marine realm, apart from the fact measures would not stay there probably for very long. So it would always be restricted from a kind of licensing point of view in that regard. But the boundary, the blue line on here, is clearly of some age, I would say. It doesn't reflect the present level of anything. It shows, for example, in 2015, the burn coming in a southeasterly direction. And there's quite a large embayment, as shown on here, on the blue embayment. Now that is filled in largely with dunes, and the burn goes out to the north of that embayment. So it's a practical problem one's faced with all planning issues, that the real world doesn't exactly match what's on the plans.
Yes, I think we jumped over that burn yesterday, and it was going in a different direction now that I see that. Yeah, so I mean, there's two issues we're interested in. There is, yes, what this drawing showing here still what's on the ground now. But I suppose there's the more legal, if you like, and regulatory question about what if you wanted to, you could control through conditions, and there's land ownership, I guess, is an issue, but there's also what the application site is. But if that's something for someone else, then I'm fine. I'm happy to leave it at that point. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Pye. Ms. Wilson.
During your evidence, you were asked a number of questions by my learned friend, Mr. Campbell, concerning your assessment of risk and what it was you predicted. And you made the point that you don't predict. Is that something you project? Is that specific to your area of specialism?
No. Most scientists prefer to avoid the term prediction.
And why is that?
Because every forecast, if you want, is an alternative word. I mean, it reflects the uncertainty of the future scenario, which is often heavily dependent on the assumptions that you make. So, changing tack completely, well, I shan't do that, but this applies to forecasting what would happen after Brexit, for example. It depends, doesn't it, on what the scenario is. I'm not going to predict. The same is true with climate change.
I don't think you're alone in that so far as Brexit is concerned. But
Sorry, Ms. Wilson, apologies for interrupting. That does remind me, I was going to ask one more question, which I'll just ask now so you get the chance to come on it, but it's related to that. There are the RCP projections and the three scenarios there, and accepting what you say about not wanting to predict, is there guidance or an accepted approach as to which of those scenarios one should be using or applying or taking account of in forward planning? I think you gave us the 50th percentile of the medium or the middle ground projections, but you also used the RCP's 8.5, which is the high emission scenario. So is there a standard approach as to which one or more than one scenarios we should be taking account of when we're considering the evidence here?
The short answer to that is no, because it depends on the application and the nature of the risk involved. For example, if you were designing a nuclear power station, you would be very ultra-conservative. You want the highest level of safety possible, so the recommendations are that you take the kind of the highest reasonable projection, if you like, or even one higher than the 3 shown here, just to be doubly sure. But for other planning issues, lower levels are often recommended. Incidentally, on the point of what RCP stood for, it's representative concentration pathway. It relates to the CO2 concentration of the atmosphere, effectively.
Okay, thank you very much. My apologies, Ms. Wilson.
And when you say that generally in relation to other planning issues, the lower scenario is recommended, is that the 50 percentile?
Until recently, that was the recommended value taken for a lot of purposes. Again, flood risk assessment, flood defences differed. The recommendations differed between England, Scotland and Wales. So it depends exactly which authority you're dealing with.
In that connection, you were asked by Mr. Little, I think, from recollection, as to whether building infrastructure within 10 to 15 metres should be regarded as good practice. And you said it's not good practice to put immovables, but that infrastructure such as the golf course, it wouldn't be against good practice to do that.
No, I wouldn't say so, no.
What is it specifically about immovables that makes it bad practice, if you can look at it from the other side of the lens?
Immovables. Well, let's say it's a building. Had the proposal been to put the clubhouse next to the edge, that would be not good practice from a variety of points of view. Not only is it a risk to the functioning of the club, but also if there was a failure, then there could be problems of the rubble being distributed across the environment. There could be injury, for example, depending when it occurred, and things of that sort. So generally speaking, hard infrastructure that's difficult to remove or leaves a permanent or semi-footprint, if it's removed, is not considered good practice. So even a car park with a hard surface would not be good practice to put that very close to the edge of any at-risk coastal margin.
There was a distinction being drawn during questioning between the 17th fairway and the tees and the greens. How would you view the 17th fairway, given that it involves a greater land take?
Yes, the 17th fairway is the closest fairway to the edge here. In that sense, it has the highest risk of all the other fairways considered here. But it's quite wide. It could be narrowed. The landward margin could be moved slightly by a few metres and abandon the eastern seaward side without too much difficulty. So I don't think it's a major problem.
You were asked a number of questions about the defences, and you made reference to an SNH document 2000, which is produced as part of your evidence. And I had out a moment ago, if you bear with me while I look for the reference. It's one of your own documents, APP 4.17.
Right. Yes, I don't have a copy as a book, effectively. Yeah, I know. It's the SNH Guide to Dune Management.
If you just wait a moment, a copy will be provided to you. And are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Do you consider that it's still current?
Yes.
We see in Appendix 1, which is at page 45, a number of different erosion management options, if you could turn that up.
Right. There are no page numbers in this version. Do you have a section number?
It's Appendix 1. It's
right.
after 7.2 with the abbreviations. The number is at the side,
Yes.
in the margin.
Oh, yes, the hidden one, right on the inside.
Yeah, every uneven number is visible. Obviously, we know from the evidence that a number of these are envisaged at this site, and adaptive management is recognised as being a management option. What do you think are the particular advantages of adaptive management?
It allows organisations or individuals to react to circumstances as they evolve, essentially.
And if there wasn't this development, and if it wasn't part of the proposal to have, if you like, a backup plan such as the coastal retreat plan that's been discussed and identified erosion management options, what would you envisage would occur in the event that there was a more significant erosion following from a storm event?
There would be some cliffing of the dunes. There could well be complete recovery over a period of years. All the adaptive management is doing is enhancing, speeding up the recovery process.
It was put to you by Malone from Mr. Campbell that this then would result in modified dunes. To what extent is that a necessary consequence of managing a dune system?
Almost all dune systems in this country are man-modified to some degree, whether it be through grazing or direct other kinds of land use.
From a conservation perspective, what is your opinion as to the appropriateness of such measures in a conservation situation?
I think it is important to manage dunescapes and indeed other landscapes. Otherwise, they tend to, often anyway, become overgrown, and a lot of the original interest features can be lost.
Which you've already discussed in relation to the interior part of this dune system at Coul, is that correct?
Yes.
One of the techniques that you discussed was the possibility of beach recycling. We see that listed there as number 5. You asked some questions concerning the source of the sand. Do you envisage that it would be necessary to use anything other than sediment deposits on the beach, on the upper beach?
There is the option to take sand, very similar sand, from inland parts of the dune system, which are outside the SSI. That's an option. There have been a number of sand pits operating in the dune system over the years. That another one could be developed. Some of the sand moved in forming the course itself could be stockpiled for this particular purpose. If there was an excess of sand, stockpile it, keep it until it was needed.
Sorry, but from your own analysis of sedimentation transportation, what would you project is the likelihood of that sand on the beach being sufficient for the purposes?
Sand can be quite mobile, and it wouldn't stay there indefinitely, that's for sure. It's something that might have to be repeated at intervals of years, several years perhaps, depending on the storms. There is also the option to use gravel or shingle-sized material rather than sand. That occurs naturally on parts of the Coul shore, particularly at the Embo end, and at the northern end there are exposures of shingle and gravel in the intertidal zone, and frequently the beach itself is a mixture of shingle, cobbles and sand. So cobbles and shingle tend to be more immobile, and they tend to stay on the upper beach for longer than sand would.
Could you just go into the document itself, please, to page 8 at the front? Page 8, yes. It's one that has the number on the left-hand side of the page. If you see the part of the document that reads, or in which there's a sentence with emboldened text, it says there's an underlying assumption that natural erosion of dunes is not a problem in itself, and that erosion normally only needs to be controlled to protect human assets at risk. Human assets being things such as buildings, and could include a golf course. Sorry, were you going to comment?
No, I was just checking I was reading the right paragraph.
Both long-term and short-term perspectives on processes and management are considered. References provided to complementary publications. SNH commissioned this guide to assist in the practical management of marine erosion along dunes and beaches. It is written for use by all organisations and individuals involved in the practical management of coastal dune systems, including local authorities, coastal consultants, etc., and golf course managers. So do we see that it's specifically intended to be used for golf course management?
Oh, yes, yes.
Do you know from your experience that it has been used.
Oh, indeed. I mean, there are many locations in Scotland and elsewhere on golf courses where this type of approach has been used. St Andrews is one, for example. Eastern side.
Do you envisage that such management techniques necessarily would impede access to and from the landward side of the dune system and onto the beach front?
Certainly, people would wish to move between the two, yes.
You mentioned that the one area that you've identified as being more susceptible to erosion down near Embo at the burn itself. There are a number of different sources why there isn't the same rebuilding effect that you observe in other parts of the beach. How significant do you consider that the trampling or human traffic effect taking access for recreational purposes is at that location?
I think it's a very important contributing factor.
In that regard, would there be benefit in restricting access in that location?
Rather than restricting, I would say directing access to encourage people to use alternative routes along the ridge crest or to the beach in that area through signposting or simple pole and rope even. It doesn't have to be a barrier, an impenetrable barrier as such. The majority of people will, say, obey the rules. Not everyone, but the majority of people will follow that recommendation.
And the dune that you were referring to there is known as the Big Dune.
Yes.
Would there be benefits in restricting access around the Big Dune?
There would, to establish a vegetation cover on its windward side. That would considerably help both the beach and the dune there. Yeah.
Is it only walking down that dune face, or do you know whether or not there's other uses made of it?
I've not seen no other activity other than running or walking down it. I've no doubt people slide down it on a toboggan or equivalent. Yeah.
When you discuss the sediment and the way in which it is transported down south of Lochfleet, you said that it would be very difficult to reverse that trend in the next 100 years. Why specifically that time frame to begin with?
Sorry, just to clarify, transport past Lochfleet, did you say? I think it's the accumulation of sediment in the ebb tidal delta on the Coul link side, I think, which would be difficult to reverse on a timescale of 100 years. There's such a very large quantity of sediment there. The tidal flow in and out of Lochfleet is so strong that the forces encouraging the development and the maintenance of that ebb delta are very strong indeed.
Would you say that's a difference that affects the opinion of Dr. Hanson compared to yourself?
I don't think so. He hasn't directly addressed that particular issue, but I think he would acknowledge the importance of the ebb tidal delta and its relationship to the dune front, I think.
I don't want to take you out with your knowledge of the site, and there are other witnesses such as Dr. McMullen who will deal with how the bare sand patches have been created within the site itself. But in terms of achieving dune habitat restoration, you were emphasising that it was small scale. What would you envisage as the scale of bare sand to make a difference in terms of diversity?
Well, at many dune sites, SAC sites, etc., in the UK, certainly in England and Wales, a figure of 10% bare sand is often talked about as a target, 10% of the total area. And it is a target, so it's 10% plus or minus a few percent. The easiest areas where you could create large extents of bare sand are in the northeast of the Coul system.
Perhaps you might just look at the plan that you were looking at before. That is APP 1.147, the translocation plan, to identify them. If you could just indicate the areas that you're thinking about.
Yes, well, there are already areas of bare sand adjacent to the blue line in the northeast corner there, where there is a relationship between a large quantity of sand on the beach, it's quite a wide beach up there, a low frontal dune elevation, which allows the sand to blow over the frontal dune and extend inland the sand lobes. That's one type of situation one could develop and encourage that. Those lobes could be encouraged to become wider, more extensive, entirely in keeping with the natural processes.
In terms of that location, how would you describe the dynamism on those in that area?
That's quite healthy, that northeast corner there. That's quite a healthy situation.
And were there other areas that you'd identified?
There are other areas further inland on the west side of the tidal creek with a salt marsh in it. To the west of that, there's an area of low ground which is hard to pick up on the photo here.
You're indicating the northern part as
Yes.
it goes down towards the estuary.
Yes, yes. There's a ring of dunes. There's a series of spits that curve around into the estuary here, each one with a dune ridge on it. Some of those ridges offered the opportunity to remove the vegetation from the crestal areas or put small bowl-shaped depressions in them that the wind can eddy in and enlarge and just cause more dynamism there. That's probably the most exposed part of the entire site. You've got winds coming from the west and the northwest down Loch Fleet. You've got winds coming from the east and the northeast. So that has the highest potential for self-sustaining mobile dune features.
In the context of the forestry plantation, your response was that you didn't consider it would be easy to achieve a self-sustaining habitat there. And I think there was a degree of confusion as to how much nutrition would have been left if there was scraping down. But taking into account the 50 centimetres depth, what is your opinion as to whether it would be self-sustaining or not?
Well, it wouldn't be self-sustaining in terms of maintaining extensive bare sand for long. It would vegetate over. There's insufficient wind energy in that part of the dune system to keep that bare. Plants of one sort or another would establish themselves progressively over time.
Thank you, Professor Pye.
Thank you very much, Ms Wilson, and thank you very much, Professor Pye. We are motoring along, so to speak, so I if we're content, I was going to suggest a 5-minute break just to allow Dr. Cosgrove to...
I wonder if we could maybe have a 10-minute break, sir. In the last short break, people were talking to me and I didn't get the chance to get a cup of coffee.
Yes, nor did I, so that, I agree. So, yeah, if we take 10 minutes and then we can start again with Dr. Cosgrove's evidence.
So we are motoring along, but it would be quite beneficial to have some time at the end of the day just to consolidate what's happened in the last 2 days. So I would put in a plea for not sitting too late today, please.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll see how things proceed. And the next witness we'll hear from is Dr. Cosgrove on behalf of the applicant. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, sir. Before starting with Dr. Cosgrove, there was a document intimated to all parties yesterday evening. Before there's a sharp intake of breath, I can tell you that this one I understand that there is no objection to, and again, it's produced in the hope that it would save some inquiry time. There is a bundle of correspondence that's been produced by the Coalition, which is CC15, and it's to do with the scoping process, and clearly Dr. Cosgrove gives evidence on the scoping process and why it was that certain issues were examined in the EIA and others weren't. That didn't represent where SNH then got to. It represents concerns that they had. And this document has been produced to demonstrate that that was a snapshot in time, the CC15 document. I understand that there's no objection to it. So, sorry, no.
That's been circulated to the other parties. So do you have a name for it and copies for us and so forth then?
It would be APP 2.1, sorry, 5.2.15.
Yes, thank you. And as usual, if you could email that to Fiona Manson as well, then we can get it on the website and so on.
So with the usual question, as I've started each witness with since our progress slowed last week, would you wish me to get Dr. Cosgrove to read his recognition?
I mean, I think we've left it that if it was felt that would aid the witness or aid the giving of evidence, then that's fine. But equally well, we're certainly happy if we take it as read, and if there are points you want to pick up from it, then that might help us move along. So I'm in your hands.
So I'll maybe take it short then with Dr. Cosgrove. Dr. Cosgrove, perhaps you could just read section 1 to introduce yourself to begin with.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Cosgrove, and I have been working on the Coul links proposal since July 2015.
Sorry, Dr. Cosgrove, you misunderstood me. It's my fault. If you could just read section 1 of your recognition.
Section 1, sorry.
No, rather than introduce yourself.
Sorry. Of my recognition or the inquiry statement? Okay. The evidence in my inquiry report sets out my involvement in the project and associated infrastructure known as Coul links and the methods that I employed in
predicting likely significant effects on the ecological and the ornithological receptors. In the precognition, I summarise my evidence from the inquiry report and also address some of the issues raised by inquiry reports and topic papers submitted by Scottish Natural Heritage, not Coul, and Save the Coul Links Coalition, Conservation Coalition. I've responded to a limited number of the issues of these objectors that are relevant to the matters covered in my inquiry report and supporting documents. Due to the restriction imposed on the length of the precognition, the response in my precognition to the inquiry reports and the topic papers submitted by objectors is by no means exhaustive. It should therefore not be assumed that the matters I've not commented on are not matters, or in this presentation, are matters of agreement.
And I think as you were about to say yourself when you were introducing yourself, you've had a long history with this project and the EIA process, is that correct?
That's correct. I think I might be the longest serving member on the team.
And you were involved in the early EIA process stage as well?
Yes, absolutely. I began work on the project with a phone call in July 2015 from the applicant Todd Warnock, who asked me if I would be interested in assessing the suitability of a site for a potential golf course. And he then provided details of Coul Links to me and basically said, what do you think?
And you obviously said, I'm interested in working on this project.
I said I'm interested in working on this project, and by the way, the site looks quite interesting from a nature conservation perspective. So,
just reading from the headings that you have, you were involved in the scoping and species surveys, and you're giving evidence on that. The quality of surveys, which have been the subject of criticism from some objectors.
Yes.
And you briefly answer those criticisms as far as you can in the inquiry reports.
Yes, I do.
You address the ornithology. You are a qualified ornithologist and did the ornithology work yourself, is that correct?
That's correct. My PhD's in ornithology.
Designated sites, you look at impact on sand dune-related habitats and land take calculations, and that specifically is a topic that's of direct relevance to the integrity assessment by SNH.
Correct.
And I think, Dr. Cosgrove, there is a division of responsibility in terms of that evidence as between yourself and Dr. McMullen. Could you just explain that to the inquiry so the parties are aware to whom questions should be directed?
Okay. I am not a botanist. I'm not a qualified botanist, and my knowledge of botany is very limited. I have great botanists on my ALBA team, but today and at this inquiry I'm speaking on the generality of the work that we've done, but in terms of botanical interests and habitats, that work will be addressed by Dr. McMullen, who carried out a separate and completely independent review of the work and also his own work on the site botanically. This came about because of the level of criticism levelled at ALBA Ecology and its work, that it was felt that an independent review of that from the botanical side of things would be appropriate.
And I think it's your colleague Kate Massey, who's sitting next to me, who carried out the Phase 1 habitat survey in the NBC.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you also address fragmentation, which I think Dr. McMullen also considers in greater detail, as you tell us.
Yes, I think he's most appropriate on the fragmentation issues, other than we assessed fragmentation to be not likely to be significant.
And you address likely effects on breeding in other birds and other fauna and flora and proposed mitigation measures, including translocation of habitat.
Yes, that's correct.
So we know, as we've had Mr. Taylor's evidence now, that he's the primary witness on translocation, but were you involved in discussions with SNH about it as a mitigation measure?
Not to a limited extent, in that we highlighted the fact that this is going way down the line of where we got to in the time frame of the project, that were the golf course to go ahead, there would be likely to be some significant impacts on at least one habitat, the habitat being Dune Heath, and that mitigation measures what we call mitigation measures, which other people would call compensation measures potentially, that would need to be considered because of the impacts would likely to be of such a magnitude that they would need to be addressed.
Could you read paragraph 10.1, your conclusion?
In my precognition, 10.1. The ES identified only one adverse likely significant effect associated with the proposal. The ES outlined a series of habitat management and restoration mitigation measures which would reduce the predicted likely significant effects on dune habitats, specifically dune heath, before mitigation, resulting in non-significant residual effects after mitigation.
Thank you. Now, I have some supplementary questions, either based on the other parties' inquiry reports or the evidence that we've had to date. And the first topic is alternative sites. And
yes.
We know from the evidence that we've had so far that of the applicants and witnesses, you were the one person who's giving evidence who was involved in that. Yes,
that's correct. Would you like me to explain? No, sorry.
I'll ask you a question and you can answer it.
Certainly.
Now, first of all, if you can tell us when you looked at the alternatives that could be categorised as possible alternative locations.
Well, firstly, I didn't. The situation was that upon the invitation from Todd Warnock to look at the site, I was given the rather unusual chance to meet with the golf course architects. And I met with Bill Coul on many occasions, and it was Bill who talked me through the alternatives that he had considered before coming to the sort of the view about Coul Links. It was highly unusual to have the chance to influence the process by speaking to an architect from the outset. Usually on most jobs that I'm involved with and consultants are involved with, you often get asked to survey an area, you then come back with your results and then somebody comes up with a plan. Whereas on this occasion, Bill Coul took me out onto the dunes and told me that he had been travelling around Scotland for many years on his annual holidays looking for a suitable golf site. And whilst doing those travels, and those travels went to the west coast, up to the north coast and around, he didn't find a site that had that, he could describe as that certain je ne sais quoi that would allow him to make, as he wanted to be, perhaps one of the top 10 golf sites in the world at the time. And he said that he had looked long and hard and just didn't find anywhere that was suitable, and he'd visited a number of places. I can't remember all of them, but these were west coast, southwest coast down into Argyll, northwest Sutherland, around into Caithness, and he had said that he had ended up, as a consequence of a conversation with Todd Warnock, coming to Embo, and he had walked out onto Coul Links and was blown away by the site. He was very enthusiastic about the site. He said it had all the attributes that none of the other locations he had considered had, and that he was tremendously excited, I think were his words. And he wanted to talk to me about the limitations on the site, what might be there ecologically, what the limitations might be legally, if the site was protected or not. He didn't know anything about the site other than it was a great place to play golf.
So apart from that discussion in terms of the nature of the investigation that he'd done for identifying Coul Links, did you also then go on to become particularly involved with him in identifying sensitivities within the site?
Absolutely. If we go back a step, after the phone call from Todd, the first thing I did was I went onto SNH's website. They have a thing called SiteLink, which is a very useful site, and I went to have a look to see what designations are around the site, and I started to do an internet trawl, to basically a desk study to try to get my head around what was in this area. And it soon became apparent that the site was heavily designated SSI, Ramsar, SPA, adjacent marine areas, and that this would make the possibility of a golf course in the site very challenging indeed.
Could you have in front of you, please, APP 1.68?
Which is,
It'll be provided to you.
Okay,
It's
thank
the
you.
plan that shows the interrelationship of the course with the designated boundaries.
Thank you. This is a map with a lot of pink on it.
That's correct. As the reporters have already identified, when it's washed with colour, it's not always easy to see what lies under it, but we do have the golf course footprint underneath it. Is that correct? Now, if we start with the northern end first.
Which is off the top of this, partly.
Well, the coastline is off the top, yes. What areas did you identify from your initial involvement in site investigation as being areas to avoid?
So, a little bit of the chronology here. As I say, I had yet to have any formal discussion or consultation with S&H. So this was my initial preliminary visit. I went actually before I met Bill Court to have a look at the site, and it was readily apparent that if the site was just Coul links, then there were some major sensitivities. I wasn't aware at this point in time whether the fields to the west were available for a golf course. Or it was really, there was no design layout set up, there was no plan of it being in one particular area. And so I identified the top primary consideration, to my mind anyway, was the European designations at the site. So the SPA bird issue, I thought, was probably going to be very significant on this site. And I understood that the majority of the SPA bird issues that were likely to be relevant were in relation to waterfowl and waders using various parts of the site or areas adjacent to the site. I also understood that this was part of a composite site with other parts to the larger areas, not just at Coul links. So taking that into account, I looked at the habitats that I thought would be likely to hold birds, and I did some further work. And the foreshore area on Loch Fleet, as far as I was concerned, was highly sensitive and should be avoided at all costs. And also the area that we call the finger, which is off the top here, which you can't see on this drawing, which is the most northeast area. It's the most dynamic and unstable area.
I think that's the area that Professor Pye earlier today was discussing in his evidence about the mobile. Yes,
that's the mobile area. That area looked, at least from the citations that I read, to be important, and on the site visits there were literally hundreds of birds off the point at the mouth of Loch Fleet, and so it's quite clear that the bird activity at that area, which is what the site was designated an SPA for, was readily apparent. At that time, the wintering birds for the SPA citation were not really in, and of course it was also summertime, so the site wasn't full of water. But I had figured out from reading the citations and the interest about the winter dune slacks, or basically the areas of sand dune that fill up or pond up with water, and I thought that those would probably also be quite important for waterfowl. And from reading the citation, botanically it looked like those areas would also be rich in terms of habitats. And so my view was that the area around the north and the finger and coming down along the shore was sensitive. The area immediately behind the dunes looked like, which we now call the main north-south dune slack, was likely to be very important, and I identified that as an area that would likely be highly sensitive and should be avoided if at all possible. And I sort of went through a composite approach to looking at different areas with the citations and the data that was available to come up with a view that there are a large amount of the site is very sensitive, and that there were only a few areas that it might be possible to work in. I didn't find anything particularly sensitive in the area that isn't the SSSI and the SPA, so the area to west of the railway line. I had a look at the data on that, and I couldn't find much at all that was of particular conservation importance.
The more southwesterly boundary, can you see hole number 1?
Yes.
And it's the railway line that in bits runs parallel to past that boundary
yes,
that
that's
you're
correct.
referring to. So in that area there, you didn't see sensitive.
I didn't see anything particularly sensitive, but you have to remember that I wasn't a botanist. I was literally doing my exploratory discussions and was thinking about the site in terms of the advice I would give initially to Bill Coul. So I could see that there were areas that were relatively less sensitive, and I could see that there were areas out with the designated site that would be widely considered by most people as a whole lot less sensitive. And so I identified areas that were west of the railway line as relatively safe to build on and to use. And I identified these other areas as, say, the coastal strip right the way around the top, the main dune slacks. And there were other dune slacks as well. I appreciated it wasn't just the main north-south dune slack, and they should be avoided. I then met up with Bill Coul on, I've got the dates, I met up with Bill Coul on the 26th, sorry. I met up with Bill for the first time on the 26th of September. You have to understand, I didn't know who Bill Coul was, and so I had no idea. And just an absolutely wonderful gentleman who was very enthusiastic about golf, designing golf courses, and he wanted to pick my brains about where he could put a golf course at Coul Links.
So did you thereafter work together to come up with the iterations that we've looked at in the design and access statement?
Yes, he and a colleague that he had. Bill would come along for weeks at a time and just go out into the dunes for literally days on end, and then would come back and go, Peter, what about this area? And then he would go to an area where it would go, well, no, that's salt marsh and there's not much of that. And so I think it would be a good idea to leave the salt marsh entirely alone. So it was from that point I had that first meeting and I talked to him, and I emphasised the extremely sensitive nature of this site in terms of how I saw it, in terms of its designations and its importance for nature conservation. And so he said he would go away and think, and I said, and I would also like to get some formal advice from other people, and not just to rely on my initial thoughts on the site. And so 3 days after my first meeting with Bill Coul, we met up with SNH as part of the pre-application scoping process, where we met up and discussed some of the issues and the proposal for a golf course somewhere in what we call the study area. I can carry on and explain that SNH were quite clear about the importance of the designated sites, and they were clear about the less sensitive areas west of the railway line, and we progressed from there. But we got some pre-application scoping advice, and that's part of my submission in my inquiry statement for the kind of the minute of the meeting of what SNH's major concerns were at that time. A crucial thing that we talked about was that this was going to be a project that would be requiring EIA, and they would be working under the 2011 EIA regulations, and that it was important that we identify likely significant effects, that being the key requirement.
I'll come back to that
Certainly.
in due course. The area that is south of the Cluny burn,
Yes.
I think Mr. Haspel said in his evidence when I was asking about this that his understanding was that the boundary was somewhat different to that shown on the plan, that it was actually the burn that was the boundary.
I haven't got a land ownership map in front of me, but I understood, roughly speaking, that the SSI boundary went approximately to that burn edge at the time. And as I say, at that time, that was also the area south of that burn was not owned by the applicant, and so that wasn't potentially part of the scheme. So it's north of that area that the applicant could work in. So I really didn't initially pay much attention to that area to the south.
When did that area to the south become an option to use for part of the course design?
It became an option quite quickly when, once we got the feedback from SNH, which was in some way, shape or form expected. They were highlighting the considerable constraints as they saw it, putting a golf course in this area. They were very clear about that, and so I then had to go and speak to Bill Coul again, which I did. He was still over after the meeting, and say what the thoughts were, because at this time he still hadn't said that he was going to be completely in one area or not. And so he was really just starting to formulate his thoughts about whether he wanted to be up in the north, in the middle, in the south. You have to also understand that I don't play golf. I've never played golf. I don't understand people who play golf. And so I'm trying to get my head around what it is that a golf person requires. I've worked on golf courses before, but I'm not a golfer. So when we were out one day, we had what I would call golf twitchers turn up. People had heard that Bill Coul was in the country, and they had driven up from southern Scotland, and they knew he was looking around, and so they came out to see us. And I was slightly surprised that people were traipsing across the dunes to come and shake his hand, because they described him as a rock god of golf course design, the most important golf course designer in the world. And I'm just chatting to a nice American gentleman about where he should or shouldn't put his golf course.
Well, if we can stick with that issue, where he should or shouldn't put his golf course, and ecological constraints.
Yes.
After you had gone through the pre-application stage, you then moved on to the scoping. But over what period did the process of course design iteration take place that we see in the access and design statement?
It certainly, I suppose it moved quite quickly from SNH, from the first meeting with SNH, because it was quite clear that SNH had major concerns. These were concerns that I had identified potential constraints beforehand. And I wanted us to start to look at, where do you actually want to put a golf course, and how I've identified where I think you should avoid. Can you accommodate that? And Bill basically said that all the places that I had identified for him, which would have been great for a golf course, we said sea views straight out onto Loch Fleet, holes going out right onto the beach edge, looking up towards the castle over the bay, all of these things that I had identified as basically sensitive areas he would want to use. So he said, where the hell can I put the golf course? You're not allowing me anywhere. And I tried to explain it's not in my gift to allow, but that it was my opinion that it would be a wholly unsuccessful planning application if he went into the most sensitive areas and affected the wildlife in these ways. So from that point, we started to formulate a plan which would avoid the most sensitive areas as we saw as possible, looking for alternative locations. And I can't remember the exact date, but the availability of the land to the south came into consideration around this time. And so suddenly an area that wasn't SSI could be used. I had lengthy discussions about how much of the golf course could go into the fields to the west. Bill completely understood that that was a very straightforward area to use in terms of constraints, but he said it didn't have the natural features that he wanted to use, or it had one or two, and he could maybe say squeeze in a hole or have a leading long hole taking you in. And he talked to me about the concept of the entrance drive bringing you in and being in awe and then arriving, and it was the sense of arrival. And then he then said, and you need to take a big hole that takes you into Coul Links. So he said he could fit something in, which is basically hole 1, before you enter what he called the wonderfulness that is Coul Links.
And what advice did you give to him in relation to the forestry plantation?
At the time, I identified the fact that the forestry plantation was within the SSSI, but that it was basically relatively poor for biodiversity. The stumps were there, they were rotting down, it didn't have its natural vegetation cover. There were colonising species that weren't particularly typical of what I would consider to be dune species there. So I thought that the conifer, the felled conifer plantation was an area that if he was going to put things in, that would be a good area to go. I also had a very frank conversation with him about the fact that if he was going to take this forward, all of the golf course infrastructure would need to be outside of the designated site. I said, if you are going to take this approach, you need to demonstrate you have avoided impacts that you could literally prevent. So you don't need to have a car park, you don't need to have a clubhouse, you don't need to have all these other things within the designated site boundary.
When you say all of the infrastructure, just for clarification, we've been referring to the fairways and the tees and the greens as being part of the infrastructure of the golf course. I think you're referring to built development.
Yes, I'm talking about the built part. I should have clarified that. Oh, yes. And so that became something that he said, well, that is something that we could do. That isn't a problem, so we can take the built environment out of that area. And then, sorry.
And so far as the dune heath is concerned, what approach did you recommend in relation to impacts on dune heath?
So Bill said that, based on my advice, he couldn't have a golf course where he wanted all of the bits to it, but that he could design a golf course around other parts of the site, and he said it could be a very, very good, if not the best golf course possible, but he would need to stay within the SSSI. And so his areas that he was particularly interested in were the areas of dune grassland and dune heath. He said golfers like heather, and that playing into heather and playing around heather would be a good thing for the golfers. And so the advice I gave was that whilst that was a very nice part of the site and of the features of the site, that was also designated. It was also seen as important. There was a habitat called dune heath that was part of the citation, and that this would cause impacts and effects that I would have to evaluate, and I couldn't tell him that I would be certain that they would be non-significant. I felt that the direction he was going in that area would result in potentially likely significant effects. And he said, well, I need to have a golf course in this area, and it has to be somewhere.
And in general terms, what tactic did you take to reduce the direct impacts on the dune heath?
So we're sort of skipping a few steps here in terms of timeframes, but we started to talk about areas that looked like they might be important. And so this was involving other people as well, as like my colleague Kate Massey and botanists, in terms of identifying where the more important areas of habitat might be. We also looked at the routes that we would be, or that the design would take to avoid fragmenting important patches of June Heath. It was about playing over areas of June Heath and around areas of June Heath, and not just bulldozing June Heath. And so these were almost like principles that I gave to him to say that really June Heath is important and that we should be avoiding impacts, any adverse impacts as best we could. And so Bill came up with several different iterations and designs, and sometimes we'd come back and go, but that might fragment that area over there, and he would be like, well, I can change that, and we can go around that. And we talked also about what he meant by land take, and this was something that I should probably explain. His idea of land take was he liked to have an area he called his kind of zone that he wanted to work in, and he would say, and I would just choose an area, and it would almost be a sort of Zen-like thing that he would identify and say, well, this has to go in this direction with this gentle lie, and people will want to play the hole up there, and that was all his professional thing. But he was saying that we have this wide corridor, but I'm not going to be using most of it, and in fact I want to use as little of it as possible, but this is the corridor that we will go down. And so I was saying to him, well, if we have important patches of habitat in these areas, are you comfortable or happy that you can design around those? And he said, absolutely. He said the features that would be important to ecologists, as far as he saw them, would probably be important to golfers as features. So.
So that finishes that particular topic. There's a matter that I would like to discuss with Dr. Cosgrove. You may recall that I had asked Professor Angus about the previous site condition monitoring report, which hasn't been lodged, the 2001. My learned friend Mr. Mackay gave it to me today and said they would be happy for it to be lodged. I think it provides more of a picture, and I haven't yet had a chance to discuss that with Dr. Cosgrove. I still have some of the other issues to address that have come out of the evidence. I think I may tomorrow morning be about 45 minutes.
Are you suggesting we just stop now and then pick up again tomorrow morning?
Sir, I'm not sure that that's particularly helpful insofar as being able to cross-examine on those issues is concerned. We've already had over half an hour of examination in chief, and if there are other issues that might be considered overnight, then that might help to focus my cross-examination and indeed my line of friends cross-examination. I don't have any difficulty with the idea that Ms Milson would want to not complete her examination in chief to discuss the issue that's been identified, but beyond that, I would have thought it fair to all parties and helpful to you, sirs, if we completed this examination in chief.
Mr Campbell, do you have a view on this?
I think I'm with Ms Wilson, actually. I'm ready to stop.
Sir, it may be that everyone's tiring. Frankly, so am I, and I'm sure Dr Cosgrove, who's been hanging about for some time waiting to hear evidence, might feel the same. It may be that the simplest way to do it would be if there is to be a substantial phase of examination in the morning, if I might have a short break after that to consider what might come out of the evidence in the morning.
Does anyone from the Conservation Coalition have a view on this?
Thank you, sirs. Yes, I think we'd welcome a short break after the conclusion of the examination in chief. Not a strong view as to whether we finish now or carry on for a little bit longer. Thank you.
Okay. I think then we're happy to wrap up now, and if that needs five or maybe 10 minutes tomorrow morning, then so be it. We can do that tomorrow morning. So thank you very much, everyone.
Sir, I just wonder whether is Ms Wilson taking a view yet on whether the October 2000 condition monitoring statement should be lodged, and if so, that can be circulated.
Thank you, and I'm obliged for the production of it.
I'll circulate copies, sir. It will become SNH 124.
And sorry, so we can. We would propose to start again at 9:30 again tomorrow morning, if everyone's able to do that. Thank you very much.